Hey guys, I'm here. Sorry I'm a little late. How's everybody? Let me know how I got my new earphones and so hopefully everything will be all right. Let me know how if the streaming I'm having internet issues. My mom got internet hooked up and it caused this interference and she got the same internet as me, so they're coming tomorrow to fix it, hopefully before my live I do with Paige tomorrow. But I wanted to test it. Is it looking good? Does it look normal, you guys? Yeah, I had to get my coffee. That's what I was getting. I had to take Zeke out because my mom is gone. So I had to make sure he was out. So if I wasn't, if this live runs long, does it look normal though? I'm just curious. Does everything look normal so far? I hope. How's everybody doing? So I've been trying to dig in a little more. I found his mom finally. And there's I have 5 or 6 pictures where you could see what meth does to you, because I'm sure it's meth, because usually meth is, for some reason, all the chemicals on meth really have, it impacts the way you physically look. It eats away your skin. It makes your skin look horrible. Plus it makes you pick your teeth, the chemicals from it. No matter how you use it, it gets to your teeth. You shoot it, you snort it, you smoke it, you're going to get the chemicals in your teeth regardless. That goes with any drug. You get the drainage, you'll still get it on your teeth. You have an echo? Anybody else have an echo? Because I'm using new headphones too. So I just want to make sure before I start, nobody else is responding for some reason. Unless if I'm mine's really delayed. Hold on, let me pull up my YouTube. You don't? Anybody else have an echo besides nope, not today? No echo. Nope, not today. Maybe go back and come back in. Okay, cool. And then as I was looking into it, we're gonna start with the girl. I think her name's Courtney. So she came out, made answer some questions. So Courtney, we're gonna start with her. She's the one that, if you listen to Kelly's story, she's done a few interviews. I know she did one where she talked about on TikTok that I played. She did one on this other guy's, I forget what his channel's name, but I just watched that today. But she tells a story how, what he did to her, what Wade did to her, and then him letting her come sit. So she says, okay, he let her come sit in the passenger seat, right? Because she was tied up in the back. He tied her up, arred her, hit her in the face. Her face was all bloody, gagged her, tied her up her legs and her feet, and she was in the back of her car. He threw after he arred her, he threw dirty clothes on her and just drove away, right? So eventually she says he ends up taking the gag out of her mouth and sees the blood, and then he starts crying because he realized, did I do that to you? I hit you. Her face was all bloody and he felt bad. So he untied her and let her lay back there. But then he's like, I got to meet somebody to pick up or something. And she's like, well, don't you think it'd be better if I'm not back here laying down, tied up? Can you let me sit in the passenger seat? This is her story, right? This is how her account of how, what she remembers. So she says he lets her sit in the passenger seat. They drive, they meet this girl. He ends up going out and talking to her. She's like, the girl made eye contact with me. She clearly probably saw blood all over me. But then he comes back in, grabs his bag, and is like, I'm leaving, bye. Well, this is the girl that we're going to be watching. Now, she tells her side of the story, what she says happened from her side, from her perception. So, I mean, you guys can believe whoever you want. I think I know who I believe, but I'll let you guys listen. And sometimes the truth is somewhere in the middle anyway. But no part of me doesn't believe that he is an abusive psycho. He is a psycho to women. He even admitted he likes the power. He admitted on one of the phone calls he likes the power. He likes having that power over women. Why his dad says it's only women. He's a pansy when it comes to men. And we're going to watch a little bit of the dad's new interview too. Okay, everything good though? No echo? Good. Okay, good. Man, these earphones, I don't know if I like them though. It's making everything sound weird for me though. All right. Hi, interrogation. Hi, Donna. All right. So this is the setup. I just set up who this girl is that we're going to be watching. How many of you seen this? It just actually got uploaded either late last night or it might have been this morning. Maybe it was late last night. All right, here we go. Yeah, her name's Courtney. It says, watch Courtney debunk the countless lies. Now, remember, she posted this. This is posted on Wade's Facebook. Okay, he has so many Facebooks, but I think there's a few. He's been like, there's another Facebook that we're going to go to where he's been like sending messages through jail on there. So he's probably having somebody put the messages on there. So we could tell this is one of Team Wade women. All right, hold on. Let me share my screen. I hope it works with these earphones. And if for some reason it does, and I'll switch over to the other earphones. I apologize if it doesn't. I'm hoping. All right. So here is Courtney. So this is the other woman. Can you hear?
I met Wade in 2018 on POF. He wrote me first, and I thought he was a catfish. So we moved over to Snapchat, and then he sent me pictures that he had off of POF, and so I was like, no, those are off of POF. Send me real ones. And he sent me a picture, and I was like, oh my God, he's real.
One second, guys. I have to make sure I heard. Yeah. I had my YouTube video pulled up because I was checking the quality of it. So I heard my voice in the background. You guys might not have heard it, but I did. So I had to mute it. All right, hold on. I didn't want it to interrupt. One second, guys. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt it, but I didn't want it to cause us any problems. All right. So I got it muted. Let's go back to this. Okay.
His looks. First he's 6'5". He had muscles, he had tattoos, he had these dimples, a beautiful smile. And that's what originally attracted me to him. But afterwards, what it was he was sweet, and he was kind, and he was understanding, and he understood that I had a child with special needs, and he's just, everything that he would say to me was like the perfect answer. And I asked him what his flaw was, because he's perfect. And he told me, I think he was 24 or 25 years old at the time. He told me that his only flaw was that he didn't have a good woman in his life. Yeah, he is. Anywhere we went, he didn't even know the people. We went to Winn-Dixie. He didn't even know them, and he was sitting there talking with them like they've been lifelong friends. And that's just how he is. But it's also because he's got that. He doesn't have that, like that mean face. He's got that face that's like, hey, how you been? And just strike up a conversation with you. My sister, she had a high-risk pregnancy back in November of 2018. Yes, 2018. And I told him my sister's in the hospital, and she was going to be having her baby tomorrow. She's bleeding a lot. She's high risk. And I was going to take a train from West Palm Beach to Orlando, which would have taken about 4 hours. And Wade goes, can I take you? And I said, yeah, if you want to take me. And we drove all the way up to Orlando laughing. He was freestyling. Just, a good grand old time. So when we got to Orlando, he was going to originally just drop me off. And I said, do you want to meet my sister? Do you want to come inside? And he was like, yeah, I want to go in, but I don't know how your family would feel about that. And I told him, come on, you drove me all the way here. So we parked the car. We went, he met my sister. He met my entire family, and he met my new nephew. He held him, and it was, you know, it was sweet that he was able to bring me all the way to Orlando.
Now let us debunk some lies, shall we?
Yes. So Wade texted me earlier in the day, and he asked me, you know, can I come down there? I want to be with you. And I told him, of course, you know, because I wanted to be with him too. So he's like, all right, I'm gonna get my stuff together, and then, you know, we'll head down there. So I was like, all right, just, you know, keep me in the loop. Let me know when, you know, more or less when you'll be here. So around 2 a.m. he called me, and he said, hey, you know, we're about to be there. You should head over there. So I headed over to the gas station, and when they pulled up, Kelly was driving. Wade was in the passenger seat. He got out. He went to go get his backpack, and you see Kelly, and she leans forward and she goes, please don't leave me. Please, I'll do anything. Just please don't go. And he said, no, Kelly, I'm done. I'm leaving. And, you know, she's just begging him, please, please, please. And I could see Kelly clear as day. You know, gas stations, they got lights. So she didn't have any bruising. Her lip wasn't busted. She didn't look like she was a scared, battered woman or anything like that. She was fine. And when Wade and I were walking away, Kelly she didn't speed off like she was afraid for her life or anything like that. She drove off normal. No, she wasn't scared of him at all. She was literally begging him to please don't leave me. I'll do anything. She had her shirt on. She was fully clothed. She didn't look beaten. She didn't have a busted lip. Like you know, if she had a busted lip, I think all of this would have, Wade's a big guy with a lot of power. If he would have hit her, all of this would have been swollen. I guess he was just really happy to see me, happy to get away from Kelly. And he didn't seem like he had just, you know, tied someone up and, you know, all of the things that she said that he did to her. He didn't seem like he did any of that. He seemed fine. And just happy to get away from her. So we went home. You know, we sat outside, smoked a cigarette, talked a little bit, and, you know, just, you know, kind of catching up because, you know, we hadn't seen each other in you know, maybe a few weeks or so. And then we went inside and we laid down, but that was it for that night, you know, like, and then when we woke up, Kelly was messaging him, emailing him. And, you know, oh, I have your EBT card here. What's the code? Blah, blah, blah. Just trying to, you know, get him to respond to her. And I just kept telling him, like, you know, she'll eventually stop, you know. But it didn't. That didn't happen. I want to say the next day or the day after, when she was able to figure out who I was, is when she started messaging me.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna rewind so we could read some of that because she put it really quick, so we couldn't. Hold on 1 second. 1 second.
I want to say the next day or the day after, when she was able to figure out who I was, is when she started messaging me.
Wow, why didn't it pause right away? That was weird. Hold on. It like paused, but it didn't pause. Okay. And I wasn't going to play Kelly's interview, but now I realize maybe I should, because maybe some of you guys haven't seen that. I'll play the interview I haven't played yet. I played her TikTok. I played the one on Court TV. There's another one on somebody's channel that I just watched. I think yesterday it was, or today. I'll play that so remember these details she's saying. Now, you could hear what Kelly says happened, and then you guys could make up your mind what you think. Now, I think there's the truth is in between. I do think Wade was probably really nice to this girl because that's how he charms him. He's got charisma. There's a lot of things about him that attract these women. It doesn't mean he doesn't do awful things to them once he gains their trust or once he decides to do it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, he may never have hurt her, but he would have, I'm sure. So he probably was sweet to her. He probably was, but doesn't mean Kelly's lying because there's too many accounts of this. I'm sorry. He's evil or psychopath. I don't like the word evil because I feel like it's something. I don't feel like they're like possessed or anything. They're just like mental issues in the brain. He's got some issues in the brain and he's just a bad person. But okay. So it says you'd have to, if you had you'd have it too if I had herpes. And somebody says, but I don't have anything you do though. Again, if I had herpes, you'd also have herpes since you effed my boyfriend at the time. Okay. Heffalump. That's what your fat told me. So obviously Kelly's the one in the black. So he must have told this Courtney maybe that she had herpes. And then she's like, well, if I have herpes, you would have herpes because you're with my boyfriend. He was with me. You even told my sister that you had herpes, that you gave it to Wade, which you did because I got checked and I'm clean. You, on the other hand, have added dirty. I'm not even going to repeat some of these words. That probably YouTube wouldn't be okay on YouTube, but I'm sure you guys could read what that says. I'm waiting for my sister to charge up her phone now so that she can send me the screenshot of when you said that you gave Wade herpes. So how is this? So Courtney, I have a question. How is this showing that she's harassing you? Because I don't see that.
To figure out who I.
And this says, just like I lied to him to get him back from Texas to get him arrested. So you'll hear her story, like she lied to try to get him into town so she could get these charges, which you'll see what happened with those. It says, you said that you were with Wade when that happened and he made you go and get an abortion. So try again. She says, LMAO. Oh, I like he was going to marry you at the courthouse, LMAO. And then she says, all right, I got clients to call. Bye. And this Courtney says, bye. Go be miserable. Don't contact me again. And Kelly says, I'm not miserable. And Courtney says, don't contact me again. Stop writing me.
Who I was is when she started the message.
And like how you told my sister you were pregnant with Wade's baby, but then you say you weren't. And Kelly says, I was trying to get him to come back so he would get arrested. And Courtney says, I'm not going to make fun of them, just the obsessed one. And Kelly says, Milo is plenty obsessed. And Courtney says, and so are you. And then Kelly says, constantly asking me if I want him back because he was asking, texting me daily like he wants you, he keeps calling. And then she took him back because I wouldn't. If I was obsessed, I would have picked him up the night he got out of jail and called. And she says, cool story, bro.
Messaging me constantly. And even if I didn't reply, she would still one after another. And she kept blowing me up. She messaged me on two different Instagram accounts. She messaged me off of her Facebook account. She made another Facebook account and wrote me off of that one. So I want to say in total, maybe more than like 500. Yeah, she reached out to my sister. She was like, do you know where Wade is? Do you know where your sister is? Do you know what they're doing? Oh, I need, the detective needs to talk to him. Oh, detective's looking for your sister and this one and that one. And then just constantly harassing my sister to the point that she was like, what do you want me to do? And I was like, tell her where I'm at. And she did. So, yeah, every single day after she was, writing him and saying, oh, I miss your.
Okay, so this says, okay, was probably a mistake. Wish you the best of luck. I'm sorry for everything. I loved you. Call me sometime if you want to chat. I miss you riding your I think you know what that is. That's funny though. If you want to hook up or Snapchat nudes, wait. If you want to hook up or Snapchat nudes, hit me up. I'm super horny, and your cock is my favorite. I miss you. Please come back. So it is kind of interesting, unless if these are not legit. So anybody that but look at Mila though. That doesn't mean that didn't happen though, because look at Mila. Look what he did to Mila. Tied her up, ard her in her butt on a boat, and said she's getting punished for whatever she did. She went back to him. This guy has some freaking, like, what is the word? I don't even know. Some spell on these girls because of the way he looks and his charisma, probably. I don't know. But that doesn't mean, just because she's saying this, that doesn't mean he didn't do what she did to her, because Mila's a perfect example. Some women just, I don't know, they're attracted to these mean guys, and even if they treat them really bad and do stuff like that to them, they still will take them back for some odd reason. It happens all the time. Now, I bet you she would say, though, she was just trying to get him to come back in town. I don't know if this was in the same time where she was trying to get him arrested. So maybe that, I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, it doesn't mean that he didn't do it. That's bullcrap. So this Courtney better watch out. Well, this Courtney's lucky he's freaking in prison or jail right now, because she would experience some of this if she would, be with him. She's lucky.
And I miss being on top of you and things like that. And she also said that if he wanted to trade nudes on Snapchat, that he could. I speak to Wade every day. Just basically, letting him know, everything's okay. I'm going to try and help him, because I want to help him. Wade's a good person. And, everyone believes what they hear on the internet, that he's, such a bad person, because nobody else has come forward, because they're probably afraid of the backlash that they're going to receive. I don't care. I want Wade, I want people to know the person that he is, and the person that I dated, and that he's not this monster that everyone is portraying him to be. He told me that he specifically told me to tell you guys that his Fundly is Save Wade Stephen Wilson, and his PayPal is just his name, Wade Stephen Wilson. For TikTok and for Instagram, it's going to be Wade Stephen Wilson Official, and then the backup page is Let Wade Wilson Live. So the best way that people can support him is by donating to the Fundly or the PayPal, so that he could get new lawyers, a fair trial, and, get his fair shot. Yeah, he wanted me to give a shout out to Team Wade, to everyone that, that's running his official Instagrams, TikToks, Fundlys, PayPals, all of that. He wanted me to give a shout out to them, because they're working day and night very hard for him. And he just wanted to thank them for all their hard work. And he also wanted to thank you guys as well for all your support and love.
That's kind of interesting. So it looks like they're trying to say she wrote this. I need a tattooed hand around my neck, around my throat. So I don't know if she's just making like fun about what happened to her, or if she is into that kind of, I don't know. Who freaking knows? Like I said, usually the truth is somewhere in the middle. Now, here's the thing. You have Courtney, which she had a whole different experience with Wade. So like Kelly doesn't know what him and Courtney did when they left. So she could be telling the truth. They had fun. He was nice. Yeah. Now, but the fact where she said there was no blood on her face, well, I'm sure Kelly wiped it off a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sure Wade may try to make it like he's not going to go meet somebody and she had blood all over her face. Although she does say she'd had blood all over her face when she saw her. So I don't know. All right, let's watch some of her interview. Yeah. You know, that new jail call where he's talking to that reporter and he's like, I'll only talk to you if you share my my GoFundMe. I'll have to see if he raised any more. Last time I checked, it was 56,000. And she's like, well, I can't promise anything. Like, he's like, as long as, because I can't promise anything because I don't know your story. And he's like trying so hard, like, I'll give you the story if you share it. Freaking all he cares about is money and power. All right. So that was her side. Now I'm going to play Kelly's side. I probably should have done it the other way around. I apologize. Okay. So Kelly, like I said, we did watch her TikTok. We watched her court TV. Now we're going to watch this interview where she goes on, this guy named, it was 3 weeks ago. Hold on. Let me bring it up. His name is, where is it? JD Delay. So we'll listen to her side of what happened that day. Okay, here we go.
And normal. My friends and family liked him at first. He was super sweet, but he did not have a job.
Hold on. It cut in. Maybe I missed a little bit. Let's go right here.
Experience with Wade.
In the beginning, it was good and normal. My friends and family liked him at first. He was super sweet, but he did not have a job. And that was a big red flag initially. And towards the end of the relationship, he started doing drugs and things went very downhill from there.
So would you say that he kind of changed as he progressed with his addiction? Or do you think that he was just kind of trying to hide who he really was and then the drugs maybe let it come out some more?
He wasn't on any mental health meds. And when I first met him, he was fine. But I think he might have been hiding how he really is to get to me because he was hot. And I was like, oh my gosh, this tall 6'4" man with dimples. But yeah, eventually he stopped hiding the drugs and it got really bad. Like the paranoia was horrible and the aggressiveness.
Do you know what drugs he was doing?
It started out with cocaine. I don't know anything about drugs. So I was like, sure, cocaine. And then I started finding empty pens and Brillo pads. And I actually had to post it on Reddit and be like, what is this? And they were like, crack. He's doing crack. And I was like, I feel like a little, I'm like, I don't know what this is. I'm just a little Catholic schoolgirl. So I knew he did crack. And then I also believe he tried meth a few times.
Okay. I mean, as somebody who's a recovery professional and also has been on the other side of that fence, those are drugs that tend to induce psychosis in a lot of people, especially if there's pre-existing mental health issues. Would you say that he had gotten abusive with you?
Not physically up until the end, verbally and mentally for sure. He secluded me from my friends and family. We got in a lot of verbal fights. The only time he got semi-physical is when I took his backpack and hid in the bathroom because I wanted to see if he was doing drugs, and he kicked my door in. I ended up punching him. I also threw a coffee table at him. He never hit me up until the night that all of this stuff happened. So I just thought it was all verbal.
So it was sort of a progressive thing.
Mm-hmm.
And was that the only time that it ever got to physical abuse with him?
Yep, right at the end.
And what did he do in that situation?
Initially it started off that he was agreeing to go to rehab, and we drove down to Boynton Beach to take him to a rehab, and he chickened out. And we sat in the park and he made a few phone calls. Sorry. And agreed to go to a rehab. We had just had to find one. His parents had cut him off. He didn't have insurance anymore. And then randomly he was like, oh, I found a place in the Keys, which is 3 hours from where I lived. And I was like, great. I cannot get you down there. That's really far. So he he took my phone and we were just driving around. I didn't have any gas. I didn't have any money. I didn't get paid till later, like in the week. And he tried to pawn my laptop. He tried to sell a bunch of my other stuff. Pawn shops didn't want it. They were like, no, dude, this is cracked, like whatever. I got out of the car because we had gotten in a verbal argument, and my parents only lived like a mile from where we were. So I was just going to walk to their house. No phone. I don't care. I'm like, I'm going to go walk to my parents' house. You can take my car to the keys. I don't care. My mom called because this was the day before my birthday. So she was calling me and was like, probably going to wish me a happy birthday. He told me to get back in the car and to buckle my seatbelt. So I did. And that's when he started strangling me. I almost blacked out twice. And when I read that that's how he killed those girls, I don't know why he didn't do it to me. But yeah, he strangled me. He bit my face. I had a huge bruise on my face. He bit my ear. And then, sorry, my dog just brought up something. And then I don't know where he got a pocket knife, but he pulled a pocket knife out and he pushed me. I'm 5'9", and he pushed me onto the floorboard of my car. I do not fit in that small area. So he pushed me onto the floorboard and used the pocket knife to cut my shirt and my sports bra off, and used it and tied it around my hands and my face, and was like punching me until I got down completely. And so I just like stayed down there on the floorboard for probably an hour while he drove around trying to figure out how to get money. He turned off the AC in the car. I was hot, I was sweating, I was crying because I was like, this, like, what the hell? I thought this person loved me. And eventually, can you please go away? Eventually it got dark. He told me that he could either tie me to a tree and leave me there and take my car, or he could tie me up in the back of my car. And I was like, at first, I thought the tree sounds great. Like, leave me alone. And he was like, well, yeah, if I do that, I'm going to knock you out. Like, I'm going to hit you until you pass out. And I was like, oh, never mind. So I opted to be tied up in the back of the car, I guess. So I didn't know where we were. It was dark. I knew we went over some railroad tracks, and I grew up in Lake Worth area. So I knew, can you stop? Goodness. That we were near a park. So he told me to get out of the car and get in the back seat, but don't look at where I am. So when I got in the back, he pulled my shorts off and sexually assaulted me a couple times, and then came around the other side and used all of the laundry that I had in my car to tie my arms and legs and cover my mouth and eyes. He used some trash bags to tie my arms and legs together. So like the circulation was being cut off really bad. He slammed the door on the other side, which ended up breaking my foot. I just remember screaming like from a scary movie because it hurt so bad. And then he proceeded to cover me with dirty laundry and go to McDonald's, got a drink, got some food, sold my phone to some guy for $50. And I wanted so bad to like bang on the window, but I figured he would probably kill me if I did that. All I could think about was that my birthday was the next day, and my friends and family aren't going to know what happened to me, and they're not going to find me. I'm going to die. And this is how it's going to end. After a couple hours, I was annoying enough in crying because the pain in my hands and feet was so bad that he undid my feet, and then eventually undid my hands and allowed me to lay the other direction. So my head was on the passenger side, and we pulled over. I think he got gas or something. And he took the gag out of my mouth. And that's when he realized that he had busted my lip open and I had a bloody nose, and he started crying and freaking out. And he was like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Like, I can't believe I did that to you. So I was just trying to like placate him, and I was like, it's okay. Like, we got an argument. It's fine. So he let me lay on the seat. I wasn't bound anymore. And he let me put some clothes on, and I knew we were in the Keys. I could smell the salt water. I had lived down there before. I knew where we were. And he said that he was meeting up with somebody. So I convinced him to let me sit in the front seat, because I said, if I'm tied up in the back of the car, it's not going to look very good when we go meet up with somebody. So he let me sit in the front. The girl made eye contact with me. She knew something was wrong. I was covered in blood. Like,
Okay, so these were some of the discrepancies of the stories. So Courtney, who we just watched, said that she was driving. So Kelly says she was passenger, Wade was driving. Courtney says Kelly was driving, Wade was passenger. Courtney also said there was no blood on her face. She didn't look like she got hit. She didn't have no bruises, no blood on her face. So that's two different sides. I don't know.
there's no way that she didn't. But when we got to where we were going, he got out of the car and grabbed his backpack and left with a girl and handed me my car keys. And I drove home 3 hours going like 120 miles an hour. And I did not get pulled over somehow. Like, I don't know how. And everyone's like, why didn't you stop and ask for help? And I'm like, I thought, Florida is full of drug addicts. If I would have stopped and like gone into a gas station, like no shoes, half naked, covered in blood, people would have been like, oh, get out of our store. Like, they probably wouldn't have helped me.
Florida's a different universe. Most people don't understand what it's like in Florida.
Yeah. They would have been like, oh, she's a drug addict. Don't let her in here. So I drove home. I went to my parents' house and they called the police.
So you tried to press charges against him? Did that get anywhere?
So they did a sexual assault kit. They did a DNA test under my fingernails, which I don't remember, but I just got all of this back recently to like look at everything. They took 18 photos and they did a body mapping thing, which I can email you if you want to use it. And it showed that I had bite marks on my face, handprints around my neck, ligature marks on my arms and legs. The DNA test came back positive for him in the sexual assault kit and under my fingernails. And the police came, they did the whole story. They checked my car, they found the knife and all of the stuff that he used to tie me up with, and the cut shirt and the bloody underwear, everything. And I don't remember a lot of that, but I know that I was emailing him like, why did you do this? Like, just tell me like why you did this to me. And I was trying to get him to come back to my area so that the cops could arrest him, and they wouldn't. Eventually he came back and they did a DNA test. They spoke with him. He told them that I was into that kind of thing, and it was all consensual and nothing like that happened. And I was just mad that he was running off with another girl. And eventually the cop in charge, Detective Potter, told me that if I didn't leave him, Detective Potter, alone, that he was going to block my phone number. And I was like, you're supposed to be helping me. Like, did the DNA test come back? Whatever. He said, yeah, it came back. It's inconclusive. And then he closed the case. And then the next day he tried to get me on stalking charges against Wade.
Wow.
So I just found out recently, like a week ago, that the DNA test was not inconclusive. It came back positive for him. So I opened up an internal investigation against Detective Potter, and they found out that he was incompetent in what he did. They asked him, like, why would you open a stalking charge against her when you literally just closed her case? And he was like, I don't know. And because I told her to stop talking to him and she wouldn't. And they were like, well, why didn't you, arrest or detain him for relationship abuse? And he was like, well, they've only been together for a couple months. And they were like, what? That doesn't matter. And they said, well, what about battery? And he's like, well, I don't know if she did it to herself. And they're like, are you serious? Like literally in the report, he says, I don't know if she did it to herself. And he got in trouble for closing the case before the DNA even came back. He wrote in his log that it was like, don't remember the wording, but exceptionally closed or whatever. Like there's nothing. It's closed. It's perfect. So he got suspended for 120 hours.
120 hours?
Yeah. And he got demoted to road patrol, but that's it.
Wow.
Hold on. We're going to finish this, but I want to show you the pictures when she did it on Court TV. Oh, where'd it go? I just had it up. Accidentally exited out, I think. Okay, I'll continue this. I'll wait till I find it again. I just had it. Now it disappeared. Or wait, maybe I have two Chrome up. No, I don't. Okay, I'll be right back.
Wow. So they had him in a smoking gun case that they just ignored. Like you had all of the elements. You had witness.
Okay, I found it. Sorry. Here, I just want to show you real quick. It was on my email, that's why. Okay, so here is some of the pictures of her bruises. So I do believe he did this to her. You know, I do.
For other domestic violence cases.
I want people to know that they can leave, like get help.
As for Wilson, he's in jail, waiting to see if judge will agree to the jury's recommendation and sentence him to death.
We're a strong group of people that he didn't beat. And unfortunately, it took 2 women dying for him to get noticed. You didn't win, and you're going to get what you deserve.
As of Monday evening, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office
I
says
swear
that
they
they are
showed
currently
her.
working on my request.
All right, here we go.
Someone can do something so.
Just wanted to show you some of the.
I reached out to the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office asking why they did not arrest Wilson despite visible injuries.
I don't understand how someone can do something so severe to somebody else and not even get detained for it.
About 8 months later, Wilson was in Cape Coral and killed Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz. Matthew eventually put her in the back of her car. Matthew says he sexually assaulted her, tied and gagged her.
At some point, he had bit my face.
She says he drove them to the Keys and Wilson got out and left. Matthew says she drove home.
I should have stopped at like a gas station or something, but I think I thought no one would believe me.
She in her office is.
I kind of wanted to try to read some of this. I need to find this report so we could read it, but let's see if we could read some of it on this. So on 2/26, Wade Wilson arrived at PBSO headquarters and was escorted to the detective division on the 2nd floor, where he was shown to the small interview room near the violent crimes unit. As I escorted Wade to the room, I explained how we were getting there and the path he could take to leave the building at any point should he wish to terminate the interview. I clearly showed Wade the exit doors and informed him none of the doors were locked or restricted, and once again reiterated he was there completely voluntarily. Once inside the interview room, I informed Wade the interview would be audio-video recorded, and he said he understood. The following information is a summary of the interview. The summary may not follow the exact and precise chronological order of the interview. All right, let me see if I can get to some of it.
Police
If
report
not, I'll just try to find it I'll try to look it up on the courts. But I figured, let's see if I could see any of it. Since we're listening to her story.
From the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. On 2/26 at 13:36, I conducted a sworn audio interview. Okay. The beginning of the interview was building rapport with Wade. Wade started off by explaining he is currently working as a personal trainer in Palm Beach. Wade went on to explain a little about his past.
It says they interviewed Wilson, who did not admit to any assault. The report.
Pawn shops, but were unsuccessful in pawning her laptop. So he must go on to say he went to pawn shops, but he was unsuccessful in pawning it. Wade became irate and began choking her with both hands. Blank stated that she didn't lose consciousness, but had bruising around her neck, which coincides with her story at this time.
The report says Matthews did have bruising on her neck and a cut to her lip, but they did not arrest Wilson.
He was like, no, that like, this is hearsay. Like, you don't have any probable cause.
He, as in the detective, who also.
says, based on everything learned during this investigation at this time, this case will be inactive due to the following. There are no witnesses to the alleged crime and no evidence to establish probable cause. The suspect has continued to deny the allegations and refused to submit to a CFSA examination. This case will be inactive pending on further investigative leads. Oh, okay. You're saying if there's no other witnesses because they do it so nobody could see, and because he said, I didn't do it, because most criminals are so honest, they'll just tell the truth and be like, I did it. But since, he denied it, no one else saw it, that means no, we can't believe it. That is the most ridiculous reasoning I will ever hear. Criminals lie. They're not going to tell the truth. This is their life. They don't want to go to prison oh my Lord, you got to be kidding me.
Also put in the report, there are no witnesses to the alleged crime and no evidence to establish probable cause. Do you feel like the system has failed you?
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm going to go back to the other interview because I already did play this on my part 1, I think. So let me go back to the other interview. I just wanted to show you the bruises and the bite mark and stuff.
You had DNA evidence. You had like miles of evidence against him, like physical evidence, and a witness who wanted to proceed, the victim, firsthand testimony, and they threw it away. And not only did you not get justice for what had been done to you, now there's women that are dead.
Yep.
And who knows what else damage he's done in the meantime. They never even arrested him for this?
No, they did not even detain him. They let him come in, do a DNA test. He declined to do essentially a lie detector test. And they were like, okay, bye.
So this is, can we be very direct here? This is Detective Potter. He's not a detective anymore, correct?
Correct.
So he's Patrolman Potter with what police department?
PBSO, Palm Beach Sheriff's Office.
So if anybody doesn't like the way that this man conducted himself, y'all know he's Patrolman Potter, and you can definitely get a hold of the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office and let them know, how you feel about that. Kelly, thank you for going through that. I know that that's really, really hard. As a survivor myself, it's really brave that you were willing to relive that with us. And thank you so much for using your voice, because there's so many women out there who have this weird obsession with Wade. And I really hope that they hear this and they see him in a bit of a different light. I also wanted to ask you now, he was locked up. Was it while you guys were together that he went to jail?
He's been in and out of jail a couple times since we were together. But this last time was after everything. Okay.
And is this when he got beat up?
No, he got beat up before I met him.
Oh, okay. And he got beat up because of a tattoo, the SS bolts that he has tattooed?
Having a tattoo without permission of the gang that he claimed to be affiliated with, and then also sleeping with a guy.
In jail?
Yes.
Okay, so they caught him with another dude in the county jail. And just to be clear about this, this is the Unforgiven prison gang in the state of Florida. They are a white supremacist gang that Wade Wilson has repeatedly tried to pretend that he is a part of, which they don't allow you to get those types of tattoos. For those of you that don't know, if you want to be in a white supremacist organization and you want tattoos like SS bolts and swastikas, you have to earn that. And the way that you earn that is generally in most gangs by doing like assaults, violent assaults against minorities, or doing work for the organization. So they take it very seriously when you don't earn those tattoos. Also, they are very homophobic. So anyone in their organization caught doing any type of sexual stuff with another man, that is an absolute violation. And how bad did they beat him up?
They put him in the infirmary for a few days.
Damn. Okay. Is that why he has that? Doesn't he have a scar under his eye?
Yep.
Is that what that's from? Did they like damage his orbital?
They might have broken it. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, he definitely was in there for a little bit.
Okay. So what do you think about the fact that he went into jail on this last one, he didn't have all those face tattoos, did he?
No, not at all.
So he got those while he's on trial, a jury trial for murdering multiple women. He can't be so cooked that he doesn't realize that the death penalty is 100% on the table for this. This is the state of Florida, y'all. The state of Florida don't fuck around when it comes to these types of things. He has to know that he's potentially facing the death penalty. And he goes in there and gets a bunch of like scribbly ass face tattoos and some white supremacist shit on his face. What do you think is going on in his mind with that?
I think that he didn't think he was going to win. So like, what's the point? I think he knew he wasn't going to get away with this.
He's just on smoke him if you got him mode.
I guess he's probably finding ways to do drugs in there also, but
I would assume. I know that he's been talking to other women. I guess he's got actually quite a few women that are messaging him, and I guess he's asking women to bring in his habit in their prison purse. Is that how it was worded?
yeah.
The old prison purse.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's pretty interesting. I wouldn't imagine that he has contact visits. I'm not sure exactly how that works.
I don't think so. He's offered to get several women pregnant, and I'm like, this is not one of those states that we can do that here.
Yeah. No, there's no conjugal. And in county jail, at least, there's no contact visits in the state of Florida. It's either through video or through plexiglass. So it's not like you can pull something out of one of your orifices and like pass it off slyly to the person. So dude just seems pretty, he must be just cooked, just absolutely cooked. I know that my friend Jumpsuit Pablo has also talked to a person who was in a cell next to him and got the matching Stitches face tattoo. Yeah, Florida is a wild place. It's just a wild place. So I wanted to talk also about the project that you're working on with Bunny.
Yeah. She reached out to me a couple weeks ago, and we were trying to figure out if myself and some of the other victims and the family of the victims that died could do either a podcast or something. But I think we're going to do like a docu-series, like a 3-part thing. So as far as I know, she got the green light for us to start doing something like that with all the.
So Bunny is married to Jelly Roll. She's like, she has a podcast. Supposedly she got a lot of slack, I guess. And I still don't know exactly what happened, but I know she asked Wade or wanted Wade to be on our podcast or something. I'm not sure does anybody know if she actually got him? Because I heard she took that down. So whether he came on or it was just the part where she was trying to get him on, I guess she took that video down. But does anybody know, did he actually come on or would she just try to get him on? Anybody know that story? But she got a lot of crap. So I think now she's going the other route and being like, okay, let's have the victims on. Because she's pretty big. I mean, she has like millions of followers. And I don't know if you guys know who Jelly Roll is. He's used to be a rapper turned like country singer. I love him. I do. I like him a lot. He's a smart guy and he's got like a good heart and his music's really good. But yeah, so she's married to him. I don't know though. Does anybody know if he had her, if she either had him or she just asked him? All right.
Victims and Wade eventually will be involved, but I think we're going to wait till we can all get nice things to say to him first.
Excellent. Yeah, I know. I've been talking to her and she said that she's like been trying to navigate with him, but that trying to get him to talk like sensibly, like a sane human being about anything.
Wait, nice thing. Why would they want to say nice things about Wade? What did she mean by that? Well, we're waiting until we could say nice things about him. Why do you need to say nice things about him? I don't get why she just said that. That makes absolutely no sense. Yeah, I wanted to comment about that. So he slept with a man, huh? Which is not, I mean, I don't have anything against that, but it's just, it seems like he would be the type that would be like so hypocritical and I don't know how to word this because I mean, I have no issue with obviously, but it's interesting because I think why it's so interesting is because he is like the thing that his dad said about him with women, like he's afraid of men. He likes that power dynamic over women. So, you know what I'm saying? But if he's in jail and he's like a somewhat sex addict type thing, probably, you know what I'm saying? Then I'm sure he's just going to go with whatever he could get. You know, there's no women in prison or jail where he's at. So it does kind of make sense because how he is with sex. It's just kind of interesting though. I still was, yeah, interested. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I just know she got a lot of crap. I just was seeing people like saying how she was getting a lot of crap. I like Bunny. So that's what I'm saying. There's no way she meant anything bad by it, but I was just curious if she actually had him on or what she actually said where people were giving her a lot of crap for it. But yeah, I like her and Jelly Roll. I watch their stuff. They're entertaining and she's pretty cool. She seems like a cool girl. Well, no, silly pizza. This was before. So this was before the murder charge. She was talking about this was before she met him, right? I think it was the one she said before she met him, where he got jumped. I think that's where he lost his tooth too. He got jumped real bad. So this would have been before Kelly was with him before the murders, not this time. Oh, thanks, Tanya. Yes, I'm going to talk about that and play some clips.
Is almost impossible. So she's been trying to navigate that. Let me ask you a question. Did you see the whole drama on TikTok where she mentioned that she had called the jail to try to get an interview with him? And then people attacked her. Did you feel personally offended by the fact that she was trying to get an interview with Wade?
Not at all. I think people read it wrong. They said she was laughing and all this other stuff. It didn't look like she was to me. It looked like she was just, you know, like how cool would that be if we could talk to this guy? And I don't know. I mean,
and that's another thing. I don't have, we're like people that have channels and podcasts. We want to interview people. So I wouldn't mind interviewing some of these people that are some of the, murderers. Like to learn, you know what I'm saying? You don't want to treat them like crap because you want to get them to talk to you. It's just called an interview. So here's the thing that makes no sense. Did the reporters that called Wade, that Fox, the one that they played the NBC did the interview, and then the one that they played on the jail cause, did they get crap for interviewing him? But it seems like when it's not a news reporter and it's somebody like us that we aren't like a typical, we're not a news reporter, we get crap. Like for us, it supposedly means like we're on their side. No, look at it like you do news reporters. We want to interview these people because we want information. So like I would interview them. Are you kidding me? Why wouldn't you? If you're in true crime or she does her podcast, but like, of course I would want to interview any of the people in the cases, but it doesn't mean I agree with what they did. It just means I want to get some answers. You know what I'm saying? And you're going to be nice. You can't treat them like crap because you want to get the answers. You want to get them talking. So I don't have anything against her wanting to interview him anyway. All I was saying is I know she got a lot of heat for it for some reason. And I didn't know what the details were, but she kind of explained it because they said she was laughing, but yeah. I don't think he would, but you still want to like interview him because it's a part of the case. I would interview Ted Bundy if he was alive. I would love to interview him. Shonda, I love to interview them all. Like, it doesn't mean that I agree. It's just, we want to hear what they got to say, you know? But it's weird because like mainstream media could do that and news reporters, but the minute like people like us do it, like independent, we get like, oh, how dare you? It's so weird. All right, I'm going to continue this.
I'm into true crime stuff, so I understand from her side of things wanting to talk to the murderer. He's an idiot, so he's never going to talk or admit it. But I mean, I didn't have any issue with it.
Cool. I wanted to ask you that because I figured that you probably didn't if you're working on a 3-part thing with her. And I think that's pretty amazing. Like, all these people are so upset, and this dude is you are a personal victim of this dude, and you understood the assignment and what she was trying to do. So I think it's just kind of wild how personally invested people get in hurting their own feelings about shit on the internet. Like, he had already been interviewed by the news through the, through the screen while he's in there, and there were, leaked clips all over TikTok about it. I don't understand why people got upset. The true crime genre is huge, and before they were, thirst trapping Wade Wilson, last year it was people thirst trapping Jeffrey Dahmer, which I can't call it. I can't call it at all whatsoever. But
I don't know. It's wild.
So, Kelly, what are you doing these days? Is there anything that you'd like to plug?
I've been told that I should write a book, which I'm trying to navigate that. But my main thing is trying to get a lawyer and go after the police department. I want so badly to go after them for what happened, because I think all of this could have been prevented.
Please hold them accountable. Do you have a good attorney?
No, I don't. I'm trying to find one.
We're going to talk afterwards. I think I can get you laced up with a really, really good attorney.
Awesome.
And he's based out of Florida. And I think he would very much enjoy being able to go after cops for not doing their job. He's that type of dude. So I really appreciate your time, Kelly. Thank you so much for sharing all of this with us. And
this guy out, his channel is JD Delay. JD Delay. All right, so let me exit out of that, and now let me show you a few pictures, or I'm trying to think. Should I do? Yeah, I'm gonna go over Wade's mom first, and then I'll do the interview with the dad. All right, so I found a few pictures of her, and then I looked up her record, which she's got a big record. All right. So let's start with the youngest one. So watch her progressively. Drugs, meth is a horrible drug. And it's no, I don't want to say fun, because that was what heroin and meth were my 2 drugs of choice. And I understand why it gets people. I do. I understand, but it's not worth it. It's not. Watch. Oh, wait, hold on. Watch this. So then this is her. And then we go. Hard life. You could tell she's lived a hard life. Oh, hey, Sarah. Cool. How's it going? Yeah, this is his mom. And supposedly, I guess, I don't know if this is her. They're saying that her Facebook, she has this, but I guess I was trying to figure out, I guess this is her with blonde hair, maybe. I don't know. But that's the Facebook page that keeps linking back, and it has this picture, just this picture as the profile. So I'm not 100%, but okay, let's go over her record. Wait, I believe this girl when she says how he beat her. I don't believe the other girl when she says the girl is not bloody. Yeah, I don't either. Like, I think that is one of the things. I mean, maybe she didn't have blood like dripping off her face, but she, you know what I'm saying? She probably had blood on her. Maybe the girl didn't see her. I mean, she was in the car looking in the car. Maybe the girl didn't see the blood anyway, from like through the car. I mean, or of course, if you're like a support Wade, you're gonna be biased and tell the story more in his favor. So yeah, I mean, we saw the bruises on her. Like, you can't fake that. And like, she's like saying, and that other girl's like, oh, she did it to herself. Like, what? No. All right, hold on. Let's go over her record. Yeah. Okay, so she has so in 2012 she has license suspended, driving with suspended without knowledge, license suspended without knowledge. So she goes by, so her name is Solomon, but she also has a gold, so it's Gould and Sullivan. So those either be like, no, her last name's Sullivan. Well, this is the same girl. It's, I don't, I'm probably not saying it right. Suleiman. And then also gold, or I don't know. Can't say it right. But anyway, so what's the other one? 3rd degree felony, aggravated assault on law enforcement officer. Sorry. Oh, this is the bio mom. I'm sorry. This is the bio mom. Yes. Thank you for asking. I forgot to clarify. Yes, this is the bio mom. So she didn't raise Wade, but Wade did meet her. And you'll hear from when we go over his bio dad's interview, he talks about how he wanted to like run the streets with her. So they're, go and use drugs and hang out with her. He was trying to get money from his dad to get him to where she was, and his dad wouldn't give him to her, give it to him. But yeah, so okay, so aggravated assault on a law enforcement officer, possession of cocaine, aggravated assault on an officer. Wait, let me see if this is the same one. Yeah, I think that's the same one. Okay. Leave crash other than serious injury. So she left the scene of a crash, it looks like. Cocaine possession, heroin possession, possession of cocaine, possession of a controlled substance, of drug paraphernalia. So these two were together, the substance and drug paraphernalia, and then trafficking and illegal drugs. So this was all the same date. So she had the controlled substance, paraphernalia, and trafficking of illegal drugs, and sale of controlled substance. And then a different one, she has heroin possession, cocaine possession, heroin possession, possession of heroin. And now we're at 2018, possession of heroin, possession of a controlled substance is 2018. Possession of cannabis and possession of paraphernalia. So all those possessions were one occurrence, those last 4. And then no proof of insurance. What's there? Probation stuff. Now look at all these. Like there's all these charges, but there's no details, it looks like. Held for bed acts. I don't even know what that means. What is that? Remarks. Possession of heroin, prostitution, released from prison for prostitution, battery, driving while suspended, failure to yield to oncoming traffic, possession of drugs, a lot of controlled substance possessions. I know there was one for, I think, car theft. So yeah, these are all drug possessions, 2018, 2017, 2016 drug possession. 2006 possession of paraphernalia and criminal mischief, false name to law enforcement, possession of drug paraphernalia, purchase of cocaine, possession of cocaine, criminal mischief. I'm just kind of going through so you can kind of see. This is 2000. 2nd degree misdemeanor. What are all these? Prostitution. Oh, these are prostitution. Wow, a few different ones. We have October 8th, 2000, prostitution. August 29th, 2000, prostitution. Grand theft, that's the one. So July 23rd, 2000, grand theft. May 6, 2000, possession of drug paraphernalia. June 6, possession of heroin. May 6, 2000, leaving scene of a crash. May 6, 2000, possession of drug paraphernalia. 1999 is a theft. 98, improper exhibit firearm, dangerous. 2016, felony drug, possession of cocaine. 2016, arrest on failure to obey. Oh, 2000, possession of heroin. So this is that picture I showed you already. Oh, okay. Grand theft motor, 2023. Wow. So just 2023, she has a grand theft motor. So now it's the Suleiman. Traffic. So what? Driving while suspended. License suspended. Aggravated assault. That's the aggravated assault. So that was, where's the year on that? I don't know. I'll have to go into the county and see if I could find more specific stuff. Fleeing to elude high speed. Aggravated assault on a law officer. Possession. Just a bunch of stuff. It's a lot of the same stuff. Drugs. It all goes down to drugs. You know, getting involved in drugs makes you do all this other stuff. Doesn't make you. I know you have a choice, but it does. It's like you need money for that. It creates this world where you break the law. It's just you do things to get by and get your drugs, and you're going to be breaking the law. Yeah. So look at all this. Look, I'm still just all this drug, prostitution, grand theft. 2000, she got a grand theft. Leaving a scene. So that's the same one. These are the same ones. 98 exhibit. Okay. So I think we guilty. Dang it. Is this ever going to end here? All right. I think I'm going to just call it possession to 2022, 2019, delivery of heroin, 2018, leaving the scene, 2018, introduction of something. All right. I keep thinking it's going to end and there's just more. Dang it. So I want to see if there's anything different than what we've been seeing. A ton of drug charges. I mean, ton. Dang it. Trafficking of, okay. So that's that. All right. So now let's go to, oh, here's a little video. Hold on. Let me mute it because it has music. Just somebody put on TikTok. It's somebody, whoa. I'll just play it real quick. Oh, wait, it didn't download. Oh, yeah, it did. Just, I don't know, somebody walking up and then shaking his hand. Wade. Right here. I don't know if this TikToker is like Team Wade, maybe. I don't know. But there's a lot of TikTokers that are like, you know, on his side, thinking he's innocent. All right. So now let's go to the dad's interview. I did, because I don't want to play the whole interview because it was, you know, I tried to get a hold of him, the one that did the interview, but he doesn't have an email for me to contact him. But his name is Lockdown 23 and 1. Okay. So I kind of clipped, did like a little compilation of like 12 minutes we could watch of just like little highlights of it. So let's play that real quick. Okay. So His dad, I believe his dad's like totally honest. The only thing I disagree, and it's not because he's lying, he just thinks different. In my opinion, I have a different opinion on if I think he's killed before. I don't know for sure, but I just have this weird feeling that he has done this before. But his dad says, like, no, 100%, this is the first time that he's done it. He almost says it as like he knows for sure. But he does also say, he words it, he has never killed a woman before. He throws woman, so it makes me wonder, why didn't he just say anybody? But instead he says, no, I don't believe he's ever killed a woman. This was his first time. But I don't know. Maybe he hasn't. I don't know. What do you guys think? Hi, Beauty Obsession. Hey, Shorty, what's up? Hey, Melanie. Okay, so let's play it. Like I said, this is highlights, but if you guys want to check out the whole video or the whole interview after this live, stay here, watch the live, and then you go watch it. But here's something.
My mom and dad had they divorced, so it was just me and her, and my sister was ripping and running, and I knew Wade's mom, and she got pregnant. I was 15, she was 14, and we tried. My mom, she had lung cancer, and she was excited to be a grandma, and she died a month before he was born. His name was Anthony. She was pregnant with him when my mom died, so I went through that, and I stayed with her, with Wade's mom a lot, and then she went into labor, went to the hospital, had him, and brought him home. Had him, for a few months, and then I got in some trouble, and I ended up doing 8 months in a juvenile program. And, I know it was hard on her being so young and alone, basically with a baby. So.
And who was she staying with at the time?
She was staying with her grandfather in Tampa. Yeah.
In Tampa. Okay. All right. At least she had someone to lean on a bit,
Yeah. She had a good family. Her parents and grandparents, they were good people.
Okay. Or what?
Yeah, I was about to get out in 2 months, and I got a legal document saying that she was putting him up for adoption. And, I was a kid. I didn't really have nobody to have my back, so it was what it was. I couldn't fight that. I wanted to at that time, but, I couldn't do anything about it.
I mean, at that age, it might have been for the best anyway. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, I know me at 15.
Yeah. Listen,
Golly.
as I've matured, I understand that was 100% the right decision to do. So, I'm not upset about it. So.
Yeah. And I'm sure a lot of people agree, including myself. All right. So, and that's pretty much the end of that. He just kind of vanished off into the adoption process. And, I mean, now after the fact, later on down the road, if he lived in a somewhat decent foster care?
Her parents knew these people from their church. So we're looking to have a baby boy.
Did you know about any of that?
I didn't know. I never had any contact or anything.
Okay. And some point y'all end up linking?
Just random. When he was 18, I think he had reached out to his mother, and I hadn't seen her or talked to her since he was given up for adoption.
Really?
And
wow.
Yeah. So I got a message or something that he had reached out to her and was looking for me as well. So we got in touch like that.
Okay. So break it down. The first time meeting up with him, man. Well, first off, are you tall?
No, absolutely
Well, he's
not.
pretty tall, right?
I don't know where he got that from. He didn't get it from us, I promise you.
He might not be yours, man.
Luckily, I did get the DNA test, so I know that for sure.
I hate to say that, bro. I'm just playing, man, But,
yeah, I thought the same thing. I'm like, where the hell did this dude get this height from? Everybody keeps saying he's 6'5". He's not 6'5".
Skips a generation or something. Oh, he's not 6'5"?
No, he's not 6. He's like 6'3".
6'3", 6'3
Don't
and a half.
get me wrong.
He's 6'3", but okay. Oh my goodness! All right, you meet up with him. I mean, how was it? Where'd y'all meet up at for the first time?
We talked on the phone.
Yeah, but how much did you talk to him before you ended up meeting up in person?
A lot.
Real quick, I'll just show you. Here's a picture of his adoptive parents. So that they're a little bit older. I think they're in their 70s now. So these are but I'll see if I can find anything into them, but these are the people that raised them. They had a house fire, which there's another thing. There was like 2 fires that happened that some people think that Wade set it up, like he set it up from jail. I don't know. But that's his adoptive parents right here. So the interview we're listening to, though, is his bio dad. Okay. And then we just went over his biological mom. They didn't raise him, but when he was 18, he reached out to his dad, started a relationship with him. He also had some contact with his mother, like after, he turned 18. So, yeah. All right. Just wanted to show you that real quick if you guys were curious.
Yeah.
A lot.
He seemed normal?
Huh?
He seemed normal?
No, absolutely not.
Oh no.
But you have to understand, by the time he came into my life, we were in opposite ends of everything. He was where I once was. He was in active addiction. He was, doing that thing.
You seen him get violent with women before any of this other stuff took place?
Oh yeah. But what would end up happening is, he would get with a girl and they'd hang out, rip and run for a while. And then something would happen, and she'd end up calling me. He choked me out. He jumped on me last night. I don't know what to do. He scares me, all that. And when he would be high, that's when he gets so paranoid and he just loses it. He becomes a different, how alcohol makes some people courageous. When he would do meth, that's what would happen. But it was always with women. He's never had a problem with women, getting women.
You've been in his life way more than his mom.
I mean, yeah. She's battled her own issues. She still is trying to get her stuff together, So there was a few times where, he'd want money from me because he'd want to go down to Tampa or St. Pete and run the streets with her, and I said, I'm not doing that.
With the mom?
With his biological mom.
Oh, okay. So she was ripping and running with him a little bit.
Well, that's what they were trying to do, but I told him, I'm not sending you down here for that. That's going to end you up in trouble. I don't want that for you. And that's your mom. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's wild. People. Yeah. Also,
sorry, when I was, usually I usually could download YouTube videos, but once in a while there's some videos that are undownloadable for some odd reason. And this was one of them. So I tried to screen record because I just wanted to play highlights. I don't want to play his whole interview, So I was kind of going through it because I'd watched it yesterday and a little bit today or whatever. But then I was going through it trying to find the highlights. So I was speeding it up to try to, get through to the part. So yeah, you'll see some of this that up, I was saying, and then like me going back a little bit. Sorry, I tried to get it together as quick as I could, so I had it for this live.
I said to you, it's come out bad,
Yeah.
and
people have said that when she was pregnant with Wade or Anthony, whatever back then, that she used drugs, and that's not true.
okay,
She never used drugs with him. She didn't drink. She didn't smoke. She didn't do any of that.
Yeah.
Now, as far as any mental illness, I don't know about that because, we haven't seen each other or dealt with each other. So I know she's battled addiction, but she never used with him when she was pregnant.
well, I mean, she was young, you know what I mean,
Mhm.
and
She was a kid, like me.
yeah, it was different time, and
I almost felt, I went back to like seeing him born in my memory, bringing him home, holding him as a baby, sleeping with him, bathing him, feeding him, doing all these things with him. I missed all those other years. So my memory of him was as a baby. And now he's a man. And I'm hearing this man that I helped create, telling me the details of all these things with joy in his voice. It made me want to throw up. I literally put the phone away and felt like I was just going to throw up. And at that moment, that's the moment when I realized I hadn't even heard about Diane's situation yet. But just the details that he went into about Christine, rolling her up in the bedding and tying her up and dragging her down trying to get her to the car, but he couldn't. She was too heavy, hearing him describe those things to me, I can't explain that feeling, Only two people there for that situation, and he's the only one that's able to tell what happened.
Yeah.
So, he told me they drove for a few minutes, and he said, Dad, I just reached over and I just choked the baby out with one hand, and I was driving with the other. He said he then was looking for somewhere to dump her body, and he drove around for a little bit, and he said he went in and dumped her body in the woods. And he said to me, when he pulled her out of the car, he realized that she was still alive. And he said he got back in the car and he said, Dad, I run that bitch over till she looked like spaghetti.
yeah, I remember hearing about that.
Hearing my son say that to me, I realized at that point that it was over. I knew he enjoyed it. I knew he wanted me to feel, I don't even think intentionally he wanted me to feel his excitement. I just feel like he just was so amped up talking about it. That's just how it came off to me. It was almost like he wanted me to feel, I don't want to say joy. I don't know what the feeling was. Just adrenaline, maybe. He wanted me to feel that.
Maybe he wanted you to have some kind of a acceptance of it a little bit.
His adoptive family, they're solid people, good people, hardworking, honest, Christian people.
Have you spoken to them at all since that took place?
Yeah, I've spoken with his mother. Yeah,
I can only imagine how they're feeling about it. Like they can't.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I know how I feel. I can only imagine raising him. And they went through a lot. They tried everything with him. I mean, they tried everything. They put him in facilities to try to help him. They knew he was using drugs. They tried to get him help. He was in and out of detention centers, and he chose a different route. They did their job, and they tried to instill morals and good values in him.
Yeah, salute to them, man.
So They're solid people. This is not a reflection, anything on any part of them, because they really are great people.
Yeah.
So ended up getting locked up one day in Tallahassee in the county jail.
Mm-hmm.
And, I called up there and talked to a supervisor or whatever, and I said, I explained the situation to him. I said, this is my son, he was given up for adoption. Haven't had the chance to meet him. Is there any way I can come up and visit? And he said, can you be here tonight? I said, yeah. And he said, all right, when you get here, I'll let you visit for a little while. So that's where we met face to face the first time, And I remember he was already sitting down through the glass, when I walked up, and we picked up the phone, and he looked at me and he said, are you my dad? I said, yeah, I'm your dad. And he said, I knew it. It was almost like we just, we connected,
Sad, man.
Yeah, we did connect, but
Okay, so that's all I played there. So he goes on, he talks about the whole situation where he called him that day. He called him a few times, and then finally he says, I'll get you an Uber. Where are you at? And then he calls the cops because the detective had called him. What else? Oh, he talks about the power, like the women, how he's all the other women, which I was trying to, I wanted to play that part, but I didn't get it, a chance to get that part. Where he's talking about like all the people that support Wade that are saying, oh, he's innocent. He's like, if you would only see all the women that he's hurt violently, abused, if they would all come out and talk, like maybe you would see, like he just has this thing, where he abuses women but not men. And what else? And then the part where I couldn't find that part in time where he says he doesn't think he killed any other women. That he thinks this was the first time, or he almost says it like he knows, he just knows that this was his own first time. But his dad said, but he's been doing it. He thinks he's been wanting to do it for a while, and finally he just did it. And there was another part that I wanted to get in there too, but I couldn't find it in time, where the part where he says, and I forget the wording, but he basically asks, like, if he would do it again if he didn't get caught, and whatever the answer was, and Wade was basically like, yeah, like he would have probably killed again. So yeah, I just couldn't find it in time, and I don't want to play his whole interview, but yeah, interesting. So yeah, so that's why his dad's like, I don't feel bad because he would have done it again. That was the answer I needed. I mean, yeah, he said, he basically admitted that he would do it again. And then like the excitement in his voice, like when he's reliving the story or reliving the crap. And like about how the women, like when he would abuse any of his girlfriends, and they would call his dad and tell him like, I'm afraid of him. Yeah, so basically they'd call him and tell him that they were afraid of him. And, but his dad said there's like something with drugs, because he's like, whenever he gets that meth, and I forget if he said any other drugs, that he just like turns into this person. But he does think he's been wanting to kill for a long time. And yeah, I don't know. How many of you guys think he had? Let's do a poll, because I'm curious how many people think he has killed before. Let me do a poll real quick. All right, let's see. Oh, you guys, tomorrow, don't forget, we're doing the page that the Shonda Ferguson, or Shonda Vander Ark on Paul Ferguson court TV video is airing tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern time. They interviewed Paige for that episode, and she's going to come on for an interview, and we're going to watch it together with her. So that's tomorrow. I'll probably start around 7:30. but I do have the internet people coming at between 5 and 6. So I'm hoping they'll be done. So depending on when they get done, I'll try to start, it starts at 8. So I'll try to start like 7:30 started earlier so we could chat a little bit before. But if not, it might not be till 8, but hopefully I'll be able to do it earlier. Okay. So now what else do we want to go through? 1 second. Let me bring up. So we still have 2 or 3 letters of support I wanted to read. And I also found some letters that he wrote to the judge about like his case. And so I wanted to read those too. But first, let me just show you this charge so he has those charges, battery, domestic violence he has from the day with Mila. And then he has the one from 3 months with Mila that I read, which I think I'm going to upload it as a pre-record. And then he has, wait, hold on 1 second. And then that was all. And then he has the escape and then the attempted trafficking and when he was already in jail, which I'll end up reading that sometime too, the incident report. But then in other counties, he's got in trouble in other counties. So I brought up Leon County, another county that he got in trouble in. And if you look, hold on 1 second. So when I did the background search, where it brings up like everything or whatever, multiple counties where, when you do like Truth Finder or whatever. So there's this one I want to show you. Hold on. It's pretty concerning. I mean, because I want to find all the counties he's gotten in trouble with. Because his dad's like, if all the women and all the women he's dated, I don't know if they all press charges, but I'm sure some of them have, right? All right, so here's his general background search. And then I went to the actual county and found the documents which they didn't give too much specific. It just shows the charge. But so this is Wade's background, at least some of it. Like they miss, these websites miss some. I mean, some, what I'm saying? That sometimes there's some that they don't have. But so they have a fugitive. So this is in Texas. Misdemeanor fugitive. 2017. And then we have failure to appear, driving without a valid driver's license, speeding. This is the one I wanted to point out. SA with a weapon, sex battery, victim 12 years old or older. So I don't know what does that mean? Is she a minor? Because supposedly it was a minor. But yeah. And then resistant officer obstruct violence, possession of a weapon or ammo by convicted Florida felon. Okay, so I want to show you that charge. Where's it at? And then we'll go over the letters. So it's like letters like he wrote, like pro se. Is that what it's called, right? Hold on. Of course, it's gonna make me. Hey, how it logs you off every freaking time. The court, like if you're off for like 5 minutes, you have to re-put everything in. Okay. It was under, where are they? Pros, I think it was called. Yeah. All right. But it's his. He's writing it out. So I wanted to read those. Like pro se motion is what they're under. And then it's like him writing out some of the stuff. So we're going to read those. Okay, so let me go back to the files. So we have these sexual battery charges. Hold One second. I'm going to pull them all up so we can just kind of go through them real quick. So this is all from one instance. All the charges I'll read here. All right. So we have, so this is in 2015. So he has guilty as charged of sexual battery by threats. And then sexual battery by threats reasonably believed. Wait, why did I? These are all the same. It looks like. Then he has kidnapping. So he was charged as kidnapping to inflict bodily harm or to terrorize or to facilitate a felony. Wow. Oh, that's when it was filed though, because I was like 10-9. It's really close to the murders or something that sets him off in October around that time. But anyway, then he has resist officer without violence, contributing to the delinquency or dependency of a child. So yeah, but so I don't know. It was a minor sexual battery with a weapon. It was a minor. So, and so yeah, that's not good. Come on, people. Come on. All these Team Wade. Oh, let me do one more thing, guys, real quick before we read the letters. Hold on one second. I want to play. Okay. Shook it. So this is his Facebook that he's posting stuff. Hold on. Let me make sure there's no music on these. Wait, maybe is this the one where, because he has so many Facebook accounts. I'm trying to find the one where he actually does a voice message to everybody for their thanking him for their support. Here's one. Okay, so I'm looking to have shirts made, but they're cheaper the more you buy. Who would be interested? Let me know. It says Save Wade Wilson. Oh my God. $43. Let's make sure this smile stays in our world. Wade deserves a second chance, and with your help, we can make it happen. Support his journey by donating today. Link in bio. Oh my Lord. And it says, if you can't ever reach out, you can follow my personal page. I also update all things on Help Save Wade. That's the one we're on now. I wanted to send you an update. Thank you for the love and support. So this is him. Thank you for the love and support I've been receiving. It helps me to know my... Wait, can't read that. Oh, it helps me something. My spirit's up. And I believe that together we have a chance to save my life. As a reminder, you can continue to support me through my Fundly, PayPal, and TikTok shop so they can afford better representation. Thank you again, and stay tuned to my verified social media pages for more updates. Okay. Here's sign the petition, change.org. So he's got a petition. So this is on top of the Fundly. Oh, this is just the, okay. So he's got he has 19,744 signatures. Prevent the death penalty for Wade Wilson. Oh my God, look, they sent videos. Can you hear?
Hi, I am Samantha.
Can you guys hear that real quick before I continue? Were you able to hear that? Just say yes or no, because I might have to reshare my audio. I just want to make sure you could hear it. So these are his supporters leaving videos for Wade. I haven't watched these yet. I can't believe how long it takes the comments to go through. Yes. Okay, good.
I believe that no one should be on the death penalty, definitely for the fact that he does have mental health issues. I mean, we all do. You don't see us getting, sentenced to death penalty.
Because you don't see us killing people viciously like that. Exactly. Point in case. The reason we're not on death penalty because we're not going around murdering people.
And I believe that Wade Wilson should be given a second chance. Everyone deserves a second chance.
Personally, I don't think that anybody should die from the death penalty. You're not supposed to repay evil with evil. Vengeance is mine, says the Lord. I just don't feel like it's the right thing to do.
Please give this man a second chance.
The government strives to help, serve, and protect. Serve Wade Wilson by helping him. Protect your people. Protect Wade by helping him get the help he fucking needs. I don't think he did it. I really do believe he's innocent, and I feel like he's covering for someone.
I don't believe he should suffer the death penalty. I believe with his mental illnesses, he deserves a chance. And that's why a lot of people with mental illnesses feel like they're defeated. I'm not saying give him a slap on the wrist. That's not it at all. I'm saying he deserves a chance to feel well and do the terms that he needs to do besides the death penalty.
I don't believe in the death penalty also because only God should be able to take a life because he created life. And
Exactly.
also,
Tell Wade
which
that.
has nothing to do with it, his past. It's crazy. He needs help. And you can see the sadness in his eyes. Not just that girl who thinks he's cute.
I think he deserves a second chance because you can see that he did his tattoos in his face because he feels sad. He had a hard life. So I think he deserves a second chance. He doesn't deserve their penalty.
Where are they seeing that he looks sad? He doesn't look sad at all. I don't understand what these people are watching.
It's really dark in here, so I just wanted to come on and record that. Also, everybody that seems to be at the place of the murders, there's no witnesses, and everybody seems to just blame the one person who has had fear put in them to admit things.
I think you should spare the death penalty to Wade Wilson because I believe he's innocent.
Oh, so you believe it. So, yep, they should do it since she believes it. So, here's why this petition matters. Started by Dolly Whalen. This is a petition to save Wade Wilson from the death penalty, signed today. As a firm believer in the potential for rehabilitation, I urgently implore our legal system to reconsider the death penalty sentence for Wade. My strong conviction against capital punishment stems from the belief that everyone deserves a second chance. It's a belief rooted in the potential for human change and growth. I agree that there should be consequences for those who break the law, and certainly Wade should face those consequences. But taking a person's life is an irrevocable act. Rather than, let me take a sip of water, 1 second. Rather than execute Wade, he should be sentenced to life in prison where he has the potential to rethink his actions, possibly change for the better, and even help others avoid the same path. Consider this. According to Amnesty International, as of 2020, 106 countries have abolished the death penalty in law for all crimes, recognizing it as a cruel and an inhumane punishment. Moreover, research for the National Academy of Science reveals that at least 4.1% of defendants sentenced to death in the U.S. are innocent, thus emphasizing the importance of utmost caution when assigning such irreversible sentences. Let's strive to consider alternatives such as life imprisonment. That Respect the sanctity of life while ensuring justice is served. Please be a part of this urgent call to prevent the execution of Wade Wilson. Your signature can make a difference. Sign now to express your support. Oh, somebody wrote a poem. You wear a mask of tattoos as your disguise, but I see the pain and sadness in your eyes. It's clear by your beauty that God wanted to have a beautiful life. Wanted you to have a beautiful life, filled with joy and the love of a devoted wife. But after a life of abuse, a damaged boy remains. He didn't have life of abuse. He was the abuser. His adoptive parents didn't abuse him. Nobody abused him. He's the one that abused people. What are they even talking about? Anyway, a boy who is shackled in sorrow and chains. Chains. You had a life of torture and didn't get the chance to find a way to fight the demons you face night and day. As the verdict looms, the world spreads hate, but let us pause for a moment and contemplate. But because behind the bravado, the world should see a frightened boy who deserves sympathy. In your gaze, there's a desperate plea for a little understanding and empathy. The world sees a villain who should never be free, but they don't know your full story. If they looked in your eyes, they see the regret and pain and recognize that in your heart, beauty still remains. All right. I just want to see. Hold on. I want to see if there's all women. Like his dad said, like the GoFundMe is like all women, which I believe. All right. I want to see. I'm trying to find the one that has his message from him, but I don't remember if it's on this account. Share awareness till he gets a new trial. Oh, his dad also says the interviewer from that interview asks him, where did he get all these suits? Like, and his dad said there's a friend he met that Wade was met, when he was out, that would help like the people in need that were, drug addicts or on the streets or struggling. And he went to Goodwill and found the suits for him, I guess. Okay. Actually, hold on. Maybe let me just see something. It might have been on the Facebook page that with that girl. Hold on. Give me 1 minute. Whoa. Whoa. All right. It might be on this one. Yeah, it is. Hold on. Hold on. Let me find it real quick. Hold on. Here it is. Hold on. Nope, that wasn't it. Here it is. Okay. Here's a message here. So, inside the corrupt walls holding Wade Wilson. I hope the music doesn't.
Hi everyone, this is Wade and Free. I love you all.
Wow, that's loud. Hold on. 1 second. So it says, hi everyone. Recently I shared my true story with the world, hoping for justice and transparency. However, since that moment, I've faced new challenges. The corrupted system here is working against me, and they disabled my phone. It's clear that they're trying to silence me. It's frustrating to hear the inmate next to me freely talking on his phone while mine remains unusable. There's just another example of the injustice and corruption within these walls. They might try to silence me, but they can't silence us. Please continue to raise your voices and share my story together. We can fight for truth. Thank you for standing with me. I just can't believe people are believing this crap. Um, one second, guys. Okay, so what do you guys think so far of everything? Let me see if there's anything else interesting. What's this? Hold on. Let me make sure what it is first. Make sure it's not just like alt music. Oh, yeah, it is. Talk. Oh, he's just trying to support his Fundly link. That's all he cares about. Here, I'll just mute it. See, look. Hold on. Like, it's like, oh, Fundly. Hold on. Don't worry. I'll read the letters in a minute, but I just wanted to look. Wade needs us. I don't even know. I shouldn't even play this because I don't want people mistaken like that I'm trying to support him. I'm not supporting him at all. I'm just trying to show you how ridiculous this is and how like he is really trying hard. I want to see how much his Fundly is in a minute too. Hold on. Let me see if he talks in this. Hold on one second. No, it's just music. Okay. Just music, right? Oh, let me turn it on. And he's like, they play these videos where I guess they think he looks like all hot in the court. Like, look, they try to like slow motion and well, that one wasn't as some of them. They're just like do like the slow motion and like it's so ridiculous. Yeah, let's see. Fundly. Let's see what it's at. 60,000. So it went up like I think it was 56 or 58,000 last time I checked. So it either went up 2,000 or 4,000 or almost, well, no, 615 too. Dang it. So, dear friends and supporters, we invite you to join us in the supporting Mr. Wade's fight for justice and recovery. Wade's life story is one of immense struggle and resilience. What struggle? He's made other people's lives struggle. What struggle has he had? He got adopted into a good family. And he chose a different route, which that's, people chose, the drug, I chose that route too. Drugs, I mean. So, but I mean, as far as like acting like he freaking came out of that, he didn't. He was still using drugs and now he's in freaking jail, which he probably is still using. It's not like he beat his addiction. So what other struggle did he go through? I'm sorry. I don't see it. He made other people's lives struggle. Anyway, it says he urgently needs our help to ensure he receives the fair treatment and care he deserves. Wade Wilson entered the world under challenging circumstances. His biological mother's heavy drug use during pregnancy, which his dad says that's not true. She was not using drugs during the pregnancy. She didn't even drink during it. She didn't do anything, he said, and I believe him during the pregnancy. So that's false. But they're saying it significantly impacted his brain development and overall health. No, yeah, he was biologically more vulnerable to addiction because his biological parents are both struggle with it. So it makes you know what I'm saying? It is going to make him more vulnerable to, like, if he does use to become an addict. I give you that. But the environmental part, no, because they didn't raise him. But there is a biology part to it. But still, sorry, no. Most people come from way worse homes and upbringings than he did. tragically has been recommended the death sentence, a decision that fails to consider his underlying brain health issues. Wade's struggles are not solely his fault. They are a direct result of circumstances beyond his control. All of these are not beyond his control. That's a lie. He freaking did all this, including prenatal drug exposure and lack of proper mental health support. The death sentence is not only unjust, but also inhumane in Wade's case. How your donations will help. They will help support his legal battles to obtain a lesser sentence that allows for recovery. It is crucial that Wade is given a fair chance at life, considering his circumstances and underlying health issues. What health issues? To support Wade's recovery, we're raising funds to provide him with the necessary resources, including supplements that are crucial for healthy brain development. Oh, I already read this. Oh my God. It took me this long to realize. I read this on the last live. But anyway, so they're saying they're going to give him supplements that are crucial for healthy brain development. Research indicates that children born to drug-addicted mothers can benefit significantly from specific nutrients that support cognitive and emotional health. He's not. I'm believing the dad that the mother did not use drugs or alcohol during his pregnancy. I'm sorry. But yeah, so let's see, comments 34. I want to see if we could see. Says, hello, everyone. This is the only fundraising account that is verified and that I endorse. The goal is to be able to afford better experts who will give me a fighting chance. You can also support me through TikTok Shop and PayPal. Thank you for your continued support. I want to see if I could see. Hold on, supporters. Let's see. Yeah, here's the names. Okay, so Anonymous, Gina, Vicky. I want to see if there's any males. No, all females so far. Do you guys see any male names? Because I don't. That's funny. Nope, these are all females. But wait, I have a question. That doesn't. Oh, dude. One person's. Look at that. Anonymous donated $10,000. But I'm trying to figure out how he got to 50 or 60,000 with only 50. Does that mean only 50 people? Oh, donors. Here we go. Donors. All right. So I don't know what the difference between supporter and donor. Oh my God. Somebody gave him 24,000. But wait, Jeanette Funley? Funley? I am a little bit confused. Dang it. And then 10,000. Sarah gave her 3,000, 1,000, 2,500. These people's hard-earned money for this waste of a guy that's would commit again in a second. A second. Do you guys see any guys though? Just curious. I don't yet. Now some I don't know. Sina, I don't know if that's a guy or girl. Paola, that's probably a girl, right? Aguida, probably a girl. I don't know though. Emmanuel, yeah, I think these are all girls. Yeah. Dang. I just want to see if there's just one guy, but I don't. Dude, I don't see one guy's name. Now, I don't know about S. Benz because S. I don't know if that's a girl or a guy. Probably a girl, though. Dude, not one guy so far. Oh, Lordy. I thought maybe there'd be like one, but no. Now, I know we don't know the anonymous, but I'm guessing they're girls, I mean. Unless if that's why they're anonymous, because they're guys, they don't want to admit that they're, who knows. But yeah, no, I don't see any yet. Nope. Nopey dope. Wait, are my... Hold on a second. Hold on, let me go. All right. Iga, no, that's probably a girl, I'm sure. Jess, yeah, that's a girl. Yeah, not so far, guys. Wow. Yeah, all girls. Besides, like, I know we don't know that anonymous, but all the ones that we could see are all girl names. I mean, not even one guy name. Huh. All righty. Oh, let's see if what this one is. Hold on. Yeah, here's the one I was talking about, actually. Here. From behind these walls, your love and support mean the world. Thank you for helping. Wade, stay strong.
Hey everyone, this is Wade. For all my incredible supporters, I just wanted to express my gratitude for your love and encouragement during this difficult time. Your letters and kindness mean more to me than I can put into words. Your support gives me hope and strength to get through each day. Thank you for standing by me and believing in me. Throughout my life, I've struggled to find comfort and support, and now I've finally found it. I was so happy to receive so many questions from you. I answered as many as I could. Stay tuned to my official social media accounts for the answers.
Now he's finally found comfort that he needed. Now that he's behind bars after murdering and destroying families and friends of these victims, and I'm sure having an effect on all the people, all the girls that he's abused. You know, it's probably had some dramatic effect on them, because considering like how he does it, like reading that incident report from Mila, the first one, fine, and then hearing Kelly, I mean, what he does is just, that's no freaking joke. Anyway. Yeah. All right, so let's go back. Okay, so let's do. We'll do the letters. I haven't even read them yet, whatever they are. They're not like, I don't think like what's her name? Sarah Boone type letter. Let's see here. Oh, and then he has this grant new trial or acquittal. We'll read that too in a minute. Okay, so let me just bring up a few so I could just kind of go between them. All right, so letter from Wayne. We'll start with the first one. Like I said, I don't really know exactly what they're about because I haven't read them yet. So this was from 7/7/23, or it was written 7/3/23. It says, Dear Lee Clerk of Court, I ask and require that as this Nelson motion is entered into your system on my behalf, that due to their being included ID, that due to their being included in the Nelson motion itself, the name and date of birth to my fiance, Mrs. Alexis I can't hear, what is that name, guys? Gillian's or whatever. That to guard and respect in full her privacy. That online due to, sorry guys, I know I haven't read this yet. I should have, but didn't have time. I don't know. Due to the blank website beneath my case, file number, blah, 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 then this motion be fully sealed and therefore unaccessible to the public. But it's not. It's funny because Yeah. Not able to be open. Thank you, Stephen Wilson. So is he really okay? I heard he was that he had a fiance. Does anybody know if he still has one? Because I'm going to look into it now that we got it. I was hearing people talk about that he was like either going to be married. Does anybody know details of that? That'll be my next thing I got to look into. Okay. So this is the same one, but it's easier to read. All right. When it's smaller for some reason, it's easier for me to read, guys, but then you guys can't read it that good. The more as I blow it up, it becomes harder to read on my screen for some reason. All right, so this is dated. Well, there's no date from when he wrote it, but it was entered into the system 7/7/23. All right, so it says State of Florida versus Wade. Motion for Nelson hearing to dismiss Connor. Comes now the defendant Wade Stephen Wilson and proper person and respectively petitions the Honorable Court to set up a date for the Nelson hearing forthwith and without delay. The defendant contends current counsel has proven by his actions and statements to the defendant's fiance he has no intention of defendant winning his case and no intention of providing effective counsel through assistance of his actions witnessed by the state attorney's office. But what did he say about his fiance? What does his fiance have to do with this? Oh, so he's saying that his counsel, he's going to go on, it's probably to say why there were some statements that his counsel made to his fiance that's not appropriate, I guess, that he's going to say, right? Let's see. Anyway, and then he said he has no intention of winning the case and no intention of providing effective counsel through assistance of his actions witnessed by the state attorney's office in May 2023. When they gathered together for taking of depositions, when he left for lunch, never to return to continue and fulfill his duty and obligation at the taking of depositions. In addition, on 6/14/23, a court hearing was held in the courtroom of the Honorable Judge Thompson, whereas the appearance of counsel had already been previously required and requested per the Honorable Judge Thompson. He disrespected this honorable court by not at all appearing. The defendant has an ongoing Florida bar complaint against counsel for discriminatory comments made to the defendant's family. The defendant will call the following witness to bring the following statements made by counsel to light. Alexis Williams will attest to the following statements made by counsel. How much money is he paying you to be with him? So he's saying that, wow, that he asked her how much money that he's paying her. You sound like a smart girl. What are you doing with him? The last girl who was talking to him ended up in the Lee County jail. I have no intention of filing any motions on his behalf because Judge Thompson will only strike them. Okay. Mrs. Williams then asked David Jeff, if you are not going to file any motions on his behalf, should we find another attorney? To which he replied, quote, Wade Wilson is going to lose at trial. And if you try to do anything about it, it will just take longer to achieve the same result. By his beforegoing statements, David Joff has proven the attorney-client relationship is damaged beyond repair, and a fair, honest defense of the defendant without bias is unlikely. The first page is the defendant's cover page of the ongoing Florida bar complaint of David Joff's unprofessional statements and actions. The attorney-client relationship is damaged beyond repair, and it is clear by the beforegoing statements made by counsel and a clear conflict of internet exists. And a clear conflict of of interest exist. Therefore, the defendant respectfully asks the Honorable Court appoints unbiased counsel to the petitioner. Do we know what was his, in the trial, what was his counsel's name? Was it somebody different? I got to look that up because this one is David Joff. Was that who ended up? Hold on. David Joffs. Okay, I'm gonna look that up and see. All right, where are we at? I, Wade Stephen Wilson, hereby swear a true and correct copy of the 4-page Nelson motion to dismiss counsel has been sent by U.S. Mail, clerk of courts, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So, all right. So this one is, it was entered in, so I'm kind of doing them backwards. Sorry. This is November 8th, 2022. Says motion for a change of venue. Comes now the defendant pro se to move this honorable court in the above style and following grounds. The defendant alleges that Melissa Montanez, which is Mila, is a witness against him in this case. The defendant alleges Melissa Montanez owns Mila's Spa on First Street in downtown Fort Myers. The defendant alleges Mila's Spa is an organized prostitution and drug trafficking ring. The defendant alleges he was the muscle to protect the women in the spa as they performed sex acts on clients. He drove the women to many wealthy clients to deliver drugs and perform sex acts while he waited to secure their safety. The defendant alleges Melissa Montanez served in the Navy with Cape Coral police officer Miguel Fleming and were friends on the ship with him. The defendant alleges he was present when ASA Tyler Lovejoy of the 20th Circuit Courts came to the spa for illegal sexual favors by Melissa Montanez's employees. He was informed by Melissa Montanez that Lovejoy, ASA, Lovejoy is a regular client. Lovejoy informed Montanez he did act want the wait. Okay. He did not, sorry. Montanez, he did not want the defendant present the next time he arrived at the spa. So he didn't want Wade to be there. The defendant alleges he was involved with a large drug trafficking operation with another one of the SAD witnesses, Tommy Williams. So Tommy was the one, right? It was Mila's ex that supposedly he met Mila with. It was Tommy and him. Mila was supposed to get back with Tommy, right? And then she ended up going with Wade. I don't know. Williams is the ex-boyfriend of Melissa Montanez and also very familiar with her illegal activities. Wait a second. There was that one thing I watched I wanted to play. I'm trying to think where it is. Hold on a second. I got something else. It's interesting. It reminds me because it's this story about his full story. I got to find it. I'll go to my history after this. Okay. So relief sought, whereas the defendant could never get a fair trial in this case in Lee County. Tyler Lovejoy of the 20th Judicial Court is engaged in criminal acts in Mila's owned by Melissa Montanez and Mila's Spa. Therefore, this court must transfer this case to another circuit due to the defendants being a witness to an officer of this court in this judicial circuit engaging in criminal activity with the state's witness. And then he just, says this is true. Okay. So we're on 4-letter. Let's see what the next one is. Okay, that's all the letters so far from that. And then I'll try to find that, but let me read. Before that, let me read the last 2 letters of support. So that we never finished. And then I'll try to find that video. So there's a video where somebody is speaking, a supporter is telling the whole account of the drug trafficking, telling the whole story of what he's claiming in detail, what happened. I hope I could find it. It was good. It was really interesting. Not that I believe it. I don't believe it, but it's just like to show like, oh my Lord, making this crap up. All right. Oh, I had them up already right here. Okay. So this is letter of support. Like I said, there's just this one and one more. And the last one is pretty interesting. Wait, there's actually 12. Hold on. I forgot. There should be another one. 1 second, guys. Let me just pull it up so I have them all. Yeah, there's 12. Forgot about that. Okay, so number 10 is, I hope this letter finds you well. This is to Judge Thompson. I am writing to respectfully request your consideration in sentencing Wade to life without parole rather than the death penalty. As someone who cares unconditionally for Wade, I have deeply reflected on the gravity of the situation and the impact of your decision. While I understand the severity of the crime committed, I believe that a life sentence would allow Wade the opportunity to reflect, repent, and contribute positively within the confines of prison. Furthermore, a life sentence would provide his family, along with myself, the chance to maintain a relationship with Wade. It will allow us to visit, correspond, and continue to offer emotional support, a privilege that would be lost with the death penalty. I implore you to consider the broader implications of your decision on Wade's life and our family's well-being. Choosing life without parole would not only uphold justice, but also preserve our humanity in a difficult time. We are committed to supporting Wade through this journey of atonement and rehabilitation, wherever it may lead. Thank you for considering my perspective and your attention to this matter. I trust in your wisdom and judgment as you deliberate on this critical issue. Heidi Cox. Okay. This one is long, but it seems like it might be interesting. I didn't get to read it all. So this is, Dear Judge Thompson, we trust this letter finds you well. We are a group of concerned citizens who observe several aspects of Mr. Wilson's trial. Actually, let me put these away. These headphones, I can't hear. That raise significant legal and procedural concerns. Accordingly, we respect the request that you could reconsider the jury's decision to impose the death penalty on Mr. Wade Wilson and instead impose a lighter sentence that reflects the possibility of recovery and rehabilitation. So, public opinion. A recent poll showed that 57% of Floridians prefer life without parole over the death penalty, with many unaware of the higher costs associated with capital punishment. This reflects a significant shift in public opinion against the death penalty. Maintaining a death row prisoner in Florida is much more expensive than a regular inmate, costing approximately $24 million per execution, while life imprisonment costs about $600,000 over a typical life sentence. Florida spends about $51 million annually on the death penalty, far more than life imprisonment without parole, mirroring the national trend. Oh, thank you, Eve. Hi, chat. Lovely weekend chat room. Till the wheels fall off. Good night. Eve minus day. Good night. Thanks for stopping in. Thanks for the super chat. Okay, so number 2 is substance abuse during the crime. At the time of the crime, Mr. Wilson was under the influence of hard drugs, which are known to induce extreme mind-altering and violent behavior, possibly triggering a drug-related psychosis. This condition results in delusions, hallucinations, and significant impairment in controlling actions, impacting Mr. Wilson's ability to comprehend his actions during and after the crime. As he reported, he was unable to sleep for 2.5 days, a common sign of psychosis. prenatal drug exposure. Mr. Wilson's mother consumed drugs during pregnancy, but they're just saying that. There's no proof. Who told them that? They're just making it up because she is a drug addict, and because that means, when she was 14 years old, that during his pregnancy, that means that she used drugs. Some people become an addict later. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't mean that she was using drugs during it. There's no proof. Like, it's making me mad that they're saying this like a fact. Anyway. So they're saying which it can cause in utero brain damage, leading to long-term cognitive impairments affecting behavior and decision-making. Additionally, Mr. Wilson's mother suffers from mental illness, contributing to his genetic predisposition. Lack of paternal support. Mr. Testaseca's testimony against his son revealed deep-seated animosity, likely stemming from Mr. Wilson's conception from an affair with a 13-year-old. Despite being young at the time of Mr. Wilson's birth, Mr. Testaseca never made any attempts to reach out to his son later in life, even when he was older and had his own business. This lack of effort to connect with his biological son demonstrates a deficiency in providing paternal care. Furthermore, Mr. Testaseca's active participation in securing a death sentence for his own son raises substantial ethical and legal concerns. It also leaves open the question of whether Mr. Testaseca may have negotiated an agreement with the prosecution to avoid charges for statutory RAPE. What? His actions highlight his lack of character and compassion, as well as his failure to address Mr. Wilson's drug addiction, which he may have inadvertently supported financially. Oh my God, I can't take this. I can't stand. It's just makes no sense. I mean, come on. Number 4 is ridiculous. Influence of family testimonies. Family testimonies can significantly impact court decisions, potentially introducing biases that may not accurately reflect the defendant's character or the crime's circumstances. The U.S. Supreme Court recognizes the potential prejudicial nature of victim impact statements, which can lead to arbitrary sentencing decisions rather than reasoned moral judgments based on the case's facts. Jury influenced by prosecution. The jury in Mr. Wilson's case was likely swayed by the prosecution's dismissal of significant mitigating factors, such as Mr. Wilson's concussion history. Concussions, a form of traumatic brain injury, can cause long-term effects, including memory issues, cognitive impairments, and personality changes. The jury announced the death sentence verdict within just 2 hours, indicating a lack of thorough consideration. And you got prosecution's misrepresentation of concussion. During the trial, the prosecution trivialized Mr. Wilson's head injury, stating boys bump their heads every day, downplaying its impact on his mental state. Such as a dismissive approach constitutes obstruction of justice, undermining the trial's fairness and integrity. But the jury can make their own decisions what they feel about, concussions. Just because he says. Personal experience. As a mother of 3 children, I have witnessed the profound impact of mental health issues on my youngest son. Once a harmless, sweet, and intelligent child, he began experiencing severe brain changes at 14, mainly suffering from panic attacks, depression, and mood swings. By age 17, he developed oppositional defiant disorder. By age 20, he became psychotic, exhibiting anger and violent behavior. Through the years of dedicated care, he stabilized at 24. I believe that with appropriate treatment, Mr. Wilson can also heal from the pain that led him to seek solace in drugs. He deserves the chance to heal, find his higher self, and potentially find a path to redemption. Victim of a murder case. I have personally experienced the profound impacts of a violent crime, as my oldest son, 44, was tragically murdered in August 2023. Even in such grievous case, I advocate for life imprisonment rather than the death penalty as the most just, humane resolution. Tattoos and survival in jail. Mr. Wilson's face tattoos likely resulted from the need to survive in a hostile jail environment. The prosecution's direct attack on Mr. Wilson for his tattoos was an unfair tactic to prejudice the jury against him. Necessary medical testing. Comprehensive medical evaluations, including neuropsychological examinations, MRIs, EEGs, QEEG brain mapping, are crucial to determine any possible brain issues. Mr. Wilson also played sports and suffered multiple head injuries, including concussions, which can lead to long-term brain damage. The absence of these evaluations further contributes to reasonable doubt regarding his culpability and the appropriateness of the death penalty. Reasonable doubt. Given the complexity and gravity of this case, there remain significant unresolved questions, such as the source and composition of the drugs Mr. Wilson was given. These factors cast substantial doubt on the certainty of Mr. Wilson's guilt. The possibility of undiscovered exculpatory evidence warrants a more cautious approach, prioritizing a lighter sentence over the irreversible death penalty. Moral and ethical considerations. Imposing a death sentence raises a significant moral and ethical concerns, especially considering the jury's lack of all facts due to missing investigation and prosecution misrepresentation. The act of state-sanctioned execution perpetuates a cycle of violence. The irreversible nature of the death penalty leaves no room for rectifying judicial errors, which is particularly troubling in Mr. Wilson's case. Distinguishing Mr. Wilson from mass murderers. Ooh. Mr. Wilson's actions were influenced by drug use and brain damage, distinguishing him from mass murderers. The prosecution failed to consider the significant circumstances influence his actions adequately. Evaluating the purpose of the death penalty. Mr. Wilson presents no risk to his fellow inmates, having been incarcerated for 5 years without violent outbreaks, because he's a baby. The evidence suggests that he does not fit the profile of an individual who poses a risk to others. And then prosecution's personal attack on Mr. Wilson's tattoos. The prosecution's direct attack on Mr. Wilson's for his tattoos was legally inappropriate and aimed to prejudice the jury. This behavior is considered a prosecutorial misconduct, undermining the trial's integrity and potentially warranting a mistrial. Remedies for prosecutorial misconduct. In cases of prosecutorial misconduct, such as misrepresenting the facts and making personal attacks, there are several legal remedies available, including the possibility of a mistrial to ensure justice is properly served. I got a picture, prevent the death penalty. She's showing the people signed, right? So at that time, they got 3,532. There have been numerous studies on the brain that suggest certain brain disorders or abnormalities may contribute to criminal behavior, including why some individuals might commit violent acts such as murder. Here are some key points from the research. Prefrontal cortex dysfunction. The prefrontal cortex is responsible for decision-making, impulse control, and social behavior. Studies have shown that individuals with damage or dysfunction in this area are more likely to exhibit antisocial and aggressive behaviors. For example, a study by Rain found that individuals with a history of violent behavior had reduced prefrontal gray matter volume. Amygdala abnormalities. The amygdala plays a key role in emotion regulation in response to fear. Abnormalities in this region have been linked to increased aggression and lack of empathy. Research by Pardini indicated that reduced amygdala volume is associated with psychopathic traits in adolescence. Neurotransmitter imbalances. Neurotransmitters such as serotonin and dopamine and norepinephrine are involved in regulating mood and behavior. Imbalances in these chemicals have been linked to impulsive and aggressive behavior. For instance, low levels of serotonin have been associated with increased aggression and impulsivity. Genetic factors. Certain genetic variations can predispose individuals to aggressive and antisocial behavior. The MAOA gene, often referred to as a warrior gene, has been linked to increased risk of violent behavior in individuals who experience childhood abuse or trauma. Psychopathology. Conditions such as antisocial personality disorder, psychopathy, and psychopathy are often associated with criminal behavior. These disorders are characterized by a lack of empathy, remorse, and impulse control. which can lead to violent actions. Research suggests that individuals with these conditions may have structural or functional brain differences compared to non-affected individuals. Environmental factors, it is important to note that brain disorders and abnormalities often interact with environmental factors such as childhood abuse, trauma, socioeconomic conditions. These factors can exacerbate underlying dispositions and contribute to criminal behavior. Overall, while brain disorders and abnormalities can contribute to criminal behavior, it is a complex interplay of biological. See, I agree. I think he does have something in his brain, but that doesn't mean that he should be out. Well, they're saying the death penalty. Okay. But it just, oh, well, you know what I'm saying? Not a well, but I mean, it's still making him a violent person. He still's doing this thing because that is what the brain he has, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you guys think that he has some kind of brain impairment? I do think there's a chance. There's a good chance because look what he does. Look, I'm just not giving him an excuse. I'm just saying, look what he's doing. Like he's a cold person who he has no remorse for what he did. Anyway, all right. How many? I don't know if I'm going to read all this. Yeah. Okay. I mean, this is pretty interesting, but maybe I'll come back to it here. I want to find that one. Hold on, guys. I want to find that one video where they give me 1 minute. I got to go back to my history because it's really interesting. So interesting of not interesting. Why am I saying interesting? It's just since we're looking into it just to hear like his scenario, what he's saying has happened. Like, have you guys heard it? Like the specifics of what he said happened? Hi, Magpie. Hi, Elvin. Hey, Mel. All right, hold on. Let me put on my earphones again and see if I could find it real quick. I'm trying to think. When did I watch it? I think I watched it 2 days ago, maybe. All right, just give me 1 minute. Oh, let me make sure my Bluetooth is connected. Yeah, okay. All right, so let's see. Okay, now it's going to be before that. I should find something to play while I'm looking at it, but just chat, you guys. I gotta find it. I go to find it. Maybe it's this. Hold on. Just give me one. No, that's not it. Okay. Don't leave though, guys. Don't leave. Said, oh, I'm sure I'll be able to find it because I watched it a few days ago. I'm just going through my stuff. Okay, so is everybody having a good weekend though? A good Saturday? What's the plans for tomorrow? Oh yeah, tomorrow the page. I gotta get a thumbnail made. The page interview. I'm interested to see what Court TV are gonna do. What they're gonna do with it. You know, with that case, what they're gonna say. I'm kind of mad that I didn't send it to myself. Hold on, is this it? Oh shit, wrong one. I wish I had something to play while I'm looking, guys. I feel like everybody's gonna leave. Maybe I should just wait to play it and then find it. But I would like to play it if I could find it now, though. Mm. I just thought of it now. I forgot because like it was a few days ago, and I was like, "Ooh, I should play this," and then I forgot about it when I was finding the other stuff, and just till now, I just thought of it when I was reading that letter. I'm like, "Ooh, wait, I gotta play that." I wish I would have emailed it. Why didn't I email myself? I'm so mad. Is this it, maybe? No, that's not it. Wait, was it that far back? Hold on. I don't think it was. I don't know, guys. Anyway, I'm trying. I don't know where. Oh, maybe it's this. How are you guys? I don't know. I feel like I'm taking too long. I don't know where the heck it is. Maybe I'll just have to find it for next time. Dang it. I don't know why I didn't send it to myself. I'm mad at myself now. I thought I'd be like, oh, I'll just find it in my history at the time. Little did I know, sometimes it's not that easy if I watch a lot of stuff. Oh, my Lord. Yeah, I did not send it to myself. Gosh darn it. Well, here, let me play. I'm gonna just keep looking for it. Let me play something here. Hold on. I want to play, hold on. I know what I'll play. I'll try to find it. I'm going to play the two doctors that went up. I know I played one already, but I don't think I played all of it. But at the trial, I'll play. Hold on, let me find it. The two doctors, because they do back to back. While I'm looking for the video, I'm trying to find. Or wait, do you want to hear the opening statement? So some of you guys, let's listen to the opening statement, the prosecution's opening statement. You could see their timeline of what they said happened. Let's do that real quick. And then I'll try to find that other, that actually might be perfect because as long as I could find the other account, that's perfect. Do the opening statement, what the prosecution said happened. And then we'll see now what Wade is saying happened, play by play, like specific, like the details of what he is saying happened now. after he already freaking confessed and said what happened, but now his innocent, this is what happened, I was set up type thing. All right. Yeah, that's actually perfect. Now I hope I can find it though. I'm nervous. All right, so let me share this to my other computer and I will do it. Sorry guys. I hope some people stayed. All right, here we go.
Christine Melton was 35 years old when she died. She was found in her South Cape Coral residence, wrapped in some bedding, tied with some shirts and leggings and a bathing suit top. Her face was black and blue. Her fingernails were broken. She had marks around her neck as she lied on the floor between her bedroom and the kitchen area of her residence. Diane Ruiz was 43 years old. She was found on an empty lot under some shrubs, under a tree, just lying there. Her nose had been broken. Her hyoid bone and thyroid cartilage had been broken. She had suffered multiple rib fractures, not only front, but also in the back. Now, what you're going to learn during the course of this trial, ladies and gentlemen, is that Ms. Ruiz.
I found it. Figures. I found it. It was right there the whole time. It was like I was looking back farther. It was closer up on my thing. So I found it. But I think it is a good idea to watch this first. So this is what the state says happened. And then I'll play it. Yay. I'm so glad I found it. Okay.
And Miss Melton had three things in common. Both of them died on the 7th of October of 2019. Both of them had been strangled. And both of them, before they were forever silenced, the last person that they encountered was Mr. Wade Wilson. Now, the investigation into their deaths begins a little bit later on the 7th of October of 2019, midday. It begins with a 911 call from a gentleman by the name of Joshua Lukic. Joshua Lukic ran a business known as Mateo's Graphics. He describes his contact with Mr. Wilson. When he sees him, Mr. Wilson, the only thing he had on was a pair of pants. No shoes, no shirt, blood on him, and he wanted help. He was frantically looking to get out of town because he told them that he'd killed some people. He wanted Mr. Lukic's help. Well, Mr. Lukic does make that 911 call. Kind of spooked him a little bit. Cape Coral Police Department arrives on scene. They search the building. They search the exterior of the buildings. Mr. Wilson had since fled. They come across a black Nissan Versa, which is the car that Mr. Lukic says that Mr. Wilson arrived in. They look inside. They see bloodstains. They're scared. For concern of the well-being of another, they go ahead and break into that car for fear that the person whose car that is actually in the trunk of that car. They search, no one's there. They do a records check. They find out that this car belongs to a young lady by the name of Christine Melton. They also find out what her phone number is. They find out where she works. They find out where she lives. They go to these locations. She's nowhere to be found at that point in time. They contact her emergency contact that she has, the young lady by Samantha. Samantha directs law enforcement to another young lady, Christine Melton's best friend, Stephanie Johnson. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is where it all begins. Stephanie Johnson was Christine Melton's best friend. They've known each other for years. They came down here from Illinois. The night before, the 7th of October of 2019, Miss Johnson and Miss Melton had decided to go out that night. They were going to go to a place called the Buddha, which is in Fort Myers. It's a live music venue. It's a bar. They left around 10 o'clock that night. They get there. They're drinking. They're socializing. They meet Mr. Wilson and another young gentleman by the name of Mr. Jason Shepard. Except Mr. Wilson was introducing himself as JR that night. So what winds up happening is Mr. Wilson proceeds to socialize with Miss Melton. And as the night winds down, the bar begins to close. Their socialization didn't end there. So Mr. Shepard, Miss Melton, her friend Miss Johnson, and Mr. Wilson all decide to get into a car and go to Mr. Shepard's residence on Sunbury Drive. When they get there, they all go inside. Mr. Shepard's mom's there. She's not exactly excited that, Mr. Shepard's bringing people home. It's late. Nonetheless, they go back towards Mr. Shepard's back bedroom, which leads out to a backyard. And Miss Melton and Mr. Wilson become intimately acquainted. Miss Shepard, or Mr. Shepard, and Miss Johnson go out back. They're just talking, hanging out, whatever, while Mr. Wilson and Miss Melton are getting along. There comes a point in time when they're then asked to leave. There's too much noise going on. It's getting late. Mr. Shepard's got to get up that morning. So what they opt to do is they try to get back into that car, which is a Dodge Hellcat, and it's also a stick shift. Mr. Wilson tries to get in. He can't drive that car. It's making a lot of noise. It keeps revving the engine, can't get it in reverse, can't get it to drive. They opt to call an Uber. And Miss Melton, her friend Miss Johnson, and Mr. Wilson all go back to Miss Melton's residence on Tudor Drive in Cape Coral. It's a little bit later on in the morning. Miss Johnson has to get to work. She's got a kid that she needs to get to school. So she leaves and asks Miss Melton, "Are you okay?" "Yeah, There's no warning signs, no red flags, no nothing. So Miss Johnson leaves. Miss Melton is left alone with Mr. Wilson. You know how that morning ended. Miss Melton, once again, had broken fingernails, her face was black and blue. She had marks around her neck. She had been strangled. He then proceeds to wrap her up in some bedding, ties the bedding, ties it with her shirts, her jeans, her leggings, her bathing suit top, and tries to pull her out of the bedroom. Except at this point in time, the sun's beginning to come up. It's getting light outside. She's heavy. He wants to get rid of the body. He thinks the better of it, and then decides he's going to leave her there. He gets her keys to the black Nissan Versa. But before he leaves, he gets Miss Melton's iPhone. Proceeds to hold it up to Miss Melton's face, so that way it has a face recognition ID, so that way he can utilize the phone. He leaves Miss Melton's car. He leaves with that phone. He proceeds to call the girlfriend that he'd gone to the Buddha with earlier that night and wanting to know where she was. He repeatedly calls. She tells him to meet her at her spa, which is located right on 1st Street. Her name is Miss Melissa Montanez. He arrives at Miss Montez's business called Mia's Spa in that black Nissan Versa. When he arrives, he makes contact with Miss Montanez. It's not nice. He's trying to pull Miss Montanez into the car. Miss Montanez tries to fight him off. He gets out. That car rolls back. It's another car. Physical altercation takes place between him and Miss Montanez. Miss Montanez isn't anything but 5'2", weighs barely 100+ pounds, soaking wet. She's trying everything she can to fend him off. Comes a point in time when he punches her in the face. Blood flies everywhere. There's also a point in time when he holds her up against the wall. His hand, she can't move. People see this. People in the next building that she shares this business with see this. One of the ladies was bold enough to come out and confront him. Ms. Montanez was able to get away. He thinks the better of it. He then proceeds to get back in that black Nissan Versa and leave. While that's ongoing, law enforcement is called. Fort Myers Police Department arrives. They conduct an investigation on the battery and assault that happened in front of Mia's Spa. Meanwhile, Mr. Wilson decides he's going to go to Cape Coral. He goes over the bridge, heads over into one of the neighborhoods near Hector Cafarata Elementary School. And who does he encounter? Diana Ruiz. Diana Ruiz works at the Moose Lodge. She was a bartender there. She didn't live very far away from that particular location, so she always opted and chose to walk to work. She was wearing a light blue shirt, jeans, some black shoes. She also had a very colorful purse she was carrying. Mr. Wilson, in his black Nissan Versa, comes across Miss Ruiz. Now, we don't know exactly how Miss Ruiz ultimately wound up getting into that particular car, but if you believe how Mr. Wilson tells it, she got in willingly. But remember, Miss Ruiz had a broken nasal bone. She had multiple fractures or ribs, and she had broken thyroid and neck cartilage injuries to her. We know that Ms. Ruiz lost her purse because it was ultimately found and turned into that elementary school. We know that Ms. Ruiz was actually in that vehicle because of the blood stains that were found in that vehicle. Because we know that DNA forensics that was conducted on that blood stain came back to Ms. Ruiz. What we learned is that we know that Ms. Ruiz was in that car. And what we know also, and that you'll learn, is that she was then taken to an area off of Northeast 4th Avenue, whereby her body was dumped. And there was a neighbor that just happened to live directly behind where her body was dumped. Didn't think anything of it that morning because he was having breakfast with his wife, and sees a car going backwards and forwards, and then ultimately winds up leaving that location. It wasn't until the next day when he sees crime scene tape all over the place and he realizes, oh, that was the one in the same car. What we know is that Miss Ruiz had been strangled. And what we also know is that she died as a result of blunt force trauma because of the multiple rib fractures. And if you want to believe what Mr. Wilson told law enforcement, was that he had driven over her repeatedly and tried to make her look like spaghetti. And you'll learn from the medical examiner's office testimony that when one drives over a body repeatedly, rib fractures are likely to occur. Multiple rib fractures are likely to occur. Now, Ms. Ruiz's body wasn't found until a couple days later. But what we know is that when she was missing, there was a frantic search for her that was being conducted. Okay. And after that search was being conducted, Ms. Melton, her search was being conducted right around the same time. Mr. Wilson leaves Ms. Ruiz on that empty lot, underneath those shrubs, underneath that tree. Gets back in that Nissan Versa. He leaves. He goes back across the bridge, and he goes to a place called Joe's Crab Shack, which conveniently enough is just right across the street from Mia's spa. Law enforcement gets there. And the reason why it goes to Joe's Crab Shack is because he and Melissa Montanez were communicating. She was trying to get him to a particular location so that way law enforcement could make an arrest. So when he arrives at Joe's Crab Shack, you're also going to learn that law enforcement gets in contact with him there. He plays dumb. He has absolutely no idea as to why he's being asked about any type of battery. He doesn't know why about anything. But what he does do is he does manage to get away from the officer who had tried to go ahead and block him in. He wasn't snaking around. he gets back into stays in his car, and then he backs out and leaves Joe's Crab Shack's parking lot. And you all know where he headed there. He heads to Mateo's Graphics. He needs to get out of town. So now we're back to where we began. At Mateo's Graphics, when he leaves, before law enforcement gets there to search that building, he proceeds to go off into a neighborhood behind Mateo's Graphics. He goes to place Northeast First Avenue, which is actually the residence of a young couple by the name of Fanny Amlin. And the Amlins, conveniently enough, had just left their house the day before to go to Ohio. It was empty. He'd broken in through the back, helped himself to some food, helped himself to some clothes, helped himself to some drink. While he was there, he needed help. He calls his dad. I need to get out of town. I need your help. Send me an Uber. While that was happening, law enforcement is conducting an investigation. They knew who he was. They were researching, trying to figure out who his next point of contact would be. They'd already reached out to his dad. They needed to know where his whereabouts are. Dad tells them, he's conflicted. It's his son, right? But when he starts describing what he had done, he describes it in such a way where he's bragging. He wants his dad to feel that excitement. It made his dad sick. His dad gets the address, tells him, I'm going to send you an Uber, passes that information along to the marshals. Marshals descend on that particular location. Mr. Kent Amlin and Miss Fanny Amlin are contacted and asked, hey, is this guy supposed to be in your residence? They're like, absolutely not. You give us permission to go in? Absolutely. His dad is encouraging Mr. Wilson to come outside. He finally does, subsequently arrested. Now, ladies and gentlemen, during the course of this trial, you're going to hear from various witnesses. You're going to hear what they saw and what they heard. You're going to hear about the investigation that ensued. You're going to hear about the autopsies. You're going to hear about the crime scenes. You're going to hear about all of the admissions that he made, not only to Mr. Lukic, not only to Ms. Montanez, not only to his father. You're going to hear what he told law enforcement. And you're going to hear that when they asked him why he killed Miss Melton, he said, I just wanted to do it. And then they asked him, well, what about Mr. Reese? His response was, F it. Did you kill her? I got one down. You're also going to have DNA analysis for you. You can find that those shirts, those leggings, a curtain rod, all the ties. DNA comes back to Miss Melton, of course, also comes back to Mr. Wilson. That blood stain in the car is Mr. Ruiz. You're also going to find that there were 2 phones in that car. Guess who those were? Miss Melton's. Second one, Mr. Ruiz. You're going to have phone records. Those phone records are going to show you that Mr. Ruiz's number and Miss Melton's number were also on Miss Montanez's number in her phone records. You're going to hear the confession from Mr. Wilson about the method of the killing, ladies and gentlemen, and you're also going to hear his admission to the actual killing itself. You're going to have photos. You're going to have videos. You're going to have exhibits to examine. When you take all of that and you put it together, the state wants you to return the only verdict that the evidence is going to support, and that is guilty of first-degree premeditated murder for the strangulation and killing of Miss Melton, guilty of grand theft of a motor vehicle, taking Miss Melton's black Nissan Versa, guilty for battery on Miss Melissa Montanez, guilty on first-degree murder of Miss Diana Ruiz for strangling, killing her, and running her over with that car. Asking you to also find him guilty of burglary of a dwelling, of breaking into Mr. Kent and Miss Fanny Amlin's residence. And lastly, ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking you to return a guilty verdict for petty theft, for helping himself to the food, the drink, and the clothing inside of that residence.
The defense is going to reserve, Judge.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, I was trying to find some more. I'm trying to find this document because there's so many documents in the charges that I've been trying to go through them and find interesting ones to read to you guys, but I haven't been through all of them yet. I'm just trying to find this particular one that's off. But okay, so let's listen to that video I was telling you about. Sorry, I was just looking. All right, give up on that for a minute. We can always do it on another live. All right, where you at? There you are. Okay, so this next one is on a channel named, a second, I'll give it to you in 1 minute. Take that down. Oh, hold on. Channel is called YouTube Streets, is what it's called. YouTube Streets. Okay, I'm just gonna play a part of it. Well, let me get the timestamp. 2011. It's supposedly it's a girl talking, but she's talking about what he says happened. Like all the specifics happened that day of how he was set up. But of course, years after, he already confessed and admitted, and then he tries to concoct this big story. which is ridiculous. All right.
Bad Tubi movie.
This is Marie, and I am one of Wade's closest friends and a member of Team Wade. Thank you all so much for joining this live to finally hear Wade's side of the story.
From what I heard, this lady talking to him, she's not attracted to him. So she has a whole story. And she's not even like somebody that's, she believes that he's just innocent. That's what she says, right? I think people are just want to be the opposite of everybody. And I think people are like obsessed with true crime. And it's gotten to the point where it's almost like political shit. You know, it's like this is going to get out of hand. This shit right here. $56,000, bro.
I agree. It is. It's getting out of hand. The true crime community is huge, and it's turning into a community that's latches on to like some of these, and some of them could be innocent, but it's like this big community of people that are trying to find cases where they, for some reason, because Wade isn't the only one. Wade, there's a specific reason why people are latching on to his, but where they're latching on to, oh, they're innocent, wrongfully convicted, because, you know, it does happen a certain percentage of time. So there's like this group of people that just like will just promote the innocence of these murderers. Like there's people with the Idaho 4. And I mean, I know sometimes there is like maybe some reasons to not believe what the narrative is, but I mean, it's a thing, and it's scary because, you know, yes, maybe sometimes the people may be innocent, but I think a lot of these, they are guilty, and it's something to like feel like they're doing some kind of like goodness in the world, and they're not really. I don't know how to explain it, but it's a lot. There's a lot of cases that people are that are fighting, and it's scary because power in numbers. You have all this power, and you could potentially get these evil people back on the street. It sucks, you know. But yeah, all right. Here you go. Listen to the story, guys.
Come on. And one of them was one donation of 21 grand. So there's some dude. Oh my gosh, let's go.
We have quite a few things on the agenda today, so stay tuned till the end.
They give raffles out.
First, we're going to hear.
Oh yeah, so let me explain what happens too. Okay, so if you donate money to this at the top up here to this little group, you will get you'll be participated in a raffle. And every time you donate an amount of money, the higher chances you have for a certain awards. Now the awards are a phone call with Wade. So I know Wade's behind this shit because you're getting, and you hear him talk about it a little bit. Everything is written out. Everything is strategic of what they're doing here. I know it's all bullshit. I said it in the video.
Oh, he's definitely behind it. He promotes the Fundly. He's 100% behind the story and the Fundly and all the TikTok, and he's trying to get money. He's promoting it on everything. That's why I think he wants to do all these interviews so he could push his freaking agenda of raising all this money. He's 100% behind all this crap.
But you still got to cover it. It's still something that he is coming forth with. So, but the raffle, if you donate like $5, I think you get on the kiosk with him, and you'll be able to like message back and forth. You donate like $20, you get a phone call, and I think it's like $100, you get like a video call.
Check that out real quick. I want to point that out. So this video was uploaded a day ago, which is 2 days ago, because you know how it goes by whatever. So now I don't know when they recorded this or took the screenshot of this, but look, we know it's up to almost 61,000. But a day or two ago, or possibly a few days ago, if they screenshot it earlier than that, it was at 55,000. So like in a few days, they raised another 5,000. Crazy.
So there's about to be a shitload of YouTubers with fucking content with this dude talking to him. I haven't decided if we should do that yet, man. I'm gonna have to actually have a vote. We're gonna have to have a vote on that, man, because I just don't know. My goal, if we do that, this is my plan. It should be Hunter Zans and Wade Wilson. That's what we should do, and I'll record it. I'm not gonna say none. Let Hunter Zans and Wade Wilson chop it up.
Wade has to say. Then you will hear his story and development of events that led him to jail. We know that you have many questions, and honestly, probably more than we can even answer on one live, but we're going to answer a few.
Let me answer a couple questions in the chat. So Al Gore, the reason they call him the Deadpool killer is because he has actually the same name as the character. So in the magazine, the comic, my bad, Wade Wilson, his real name from Deadpool is Wade Wilson. So that's why they call him that. Wade Wilson. So the highest win of the raffle is to stand in front of his car. Somebody pin that fucking comment. Oh my fucking God, dude. Are you serious? That is the funniest shit I heard all day.
Yeah, it is.
Oh my God. He said,
wow, this guy has the same laugh as Wade. Does he not sound like Wade? His laugh? I know it's not him, but dude, he has the same laugh as Wade. That is funny though. The highest in the raffle has to stand in front of the car. I mean, it's funny because these people don't know how dangerous he is and they're supporting him. So it's like, okay, go ahead and support him. And then you could be one of his freaking victims because look what he does to people, you know?
Yeah, he said the highest win in the raffle is bro, you just got my spirits back up, bro. My head has been hurting all day. The back of my head feels like I got ran over by motherfucking Wade Wilson, bro. This shit is funny. That's funny, bro. But at the same time, it's not his victims. We gotta be, you know, just let you know these people could be watching this. We gotta be, you know, but at the same time, they're making a joke of it. He's got a death wish coming. Let's get to this.
At the end of the live, we will have the much anticipated raffle for those of you that have donated so far. So we're going to get started here in just a second, and we're going to hear first from what Wade has to say. Give us just one moment while we get the clip loaded.
Hi, everyone. This is Wade. For too long, I have remained silent, hoping that the justice system would uncover the truth on its own. However, it is clear that I must now take matters into my own hands and reveal my side of the story. From the very beginning, I have maintained my innocence. I cooperated fully with the investigation, believing that the truth would prevail. But the system failed me. Evidence was mishandled. Witnesses were intimidated, and my voice was drowned out by the overwhelming pressure to find a scapegoat. I became that scapegoat, the convenient target to satisfy the demand for justice. I share this story with you now because I believe in the power of truth and the strength of your support. Together, we can shine a light on the corruption and flaws within the system that led to this miscarriage of justice.
Who came up with this story, you think? Do you think Wade Wilson came up with this story? Because it sounds like something he would come up with, but I think he says it and they write it out to a way it aligns with his first. Because if you do listen, right, when she starts explaining what the real story is, it does align a little bit of what he's talking about with the car and running out of gas and all this shit. It's like they were trying to, but it just doesn't. It's just stupid, bro. They got too much, bro. He admitted to it. He's already admitted to it multiple times, bro. So this case is pretty much over.
Or it's coming. Sorry.
We're just entertaining Wade Wilson before he gets fried up, or not. I'm sorry, not fried. Injection.
Well.
I ask you to continue fighting for my exoneration, to demand a thorough reinvestigation of the case, and to stand by my side as we seek the justice that has been denied for too long.
Bro, so he's lived all over Florida, Al Gore. That's a good question. I thought he was from Cape Coral. He's not from Cape Coral. He's lived in Fort Myers. He's lived in Tallahassee. He's lived
well, they haven't gotten to the story yet. He hasn't played. He started playing it, and now they're talking a little bit. I don't know. Do you guys want me to fast forward? That was just that part of the Facebook that he posted. But so I could fast forward it. The girl will start telling it.
I don't know the keys. Y'all let me know where he originally is from. You know what he was found not guilty. Everyone stick around. We can find the.
Your support gives me so much hope to endure, knowing that one day the truth will set me free. I love you all, and thank you for joining this live.
All right, guys, and I understand that it might be a little bit challenging right now to hear. We apologize for those technical difficulties, and we are going to make sure that we repost this after so that you guys are able to stop it and hear it a little bit more clearly.
Wait, real quick. So he said, thank you for joining the live. So that was for this live that they're doing. But I swear on his Facebook, he says, doesn't he say for the, I forget what the words that use. So is it maybe he repeats the same thing for all of his message? Because it sounded very similar to that Facebook one that I just played. All right, you guys, ready for the story? Come on.
Because it's truly important what we have to say here today. This is the first opportunity and truly the first chance that Wade has actually had to tell his story and to tell what actually happened. So, without further ado, we're going to move on next to actually hear Wade's story. Now, I ask that you please be patient. Again,
Before we start his story, Black Mass said, when the state take the money, I don't know, bro. I don't know. Because look how they did it. That's what I was looking at. Look how they did it. Where is it at? Marion Worth, right here, y'all. Like it's under her name or his name. I think that's what who's talking right here is like, come on. Oh no, it's a M, Mr. Oh no. I don't know. But yeah, it's under Marion Worth. So I don't know how this is gonna work, bro. But if they sue for lawful death, the victim's family would get it.
And we're going to try to make this quality as best as we physically can because we want you to hear everything about his story. We will be posting it after, so you'll have access to it. And it's going to be a little lengthy. It's about 13 minutes long. So be ready. Let's get it. Let's get it, girls. I hope you're ready.
Girls.
Wade initially started working for the organization around February of 2019, and he worked with them for about 8 months until his arrest. Initially, he was brought in as a security detail. Because of his size, people are naturally intimidated by him, but didn't ask many questions about the job because he needed one and they were offering. He moved to the Florida Keys to work at a resort, and he lived on a 3-story yacht that was part of the resort. Everything initially started out okay, but about 2 days after he moved to the resort, that's when the main boss, Eric James Brown, asked Wade to be part of his first meeting as another gentleman.
There's the first name dropped. But why do you make up a story? Like, you know, there's levels of snitching, right? Like the snitching levels, like what his dad did. It's snitching, but like a lot of people are not gonna. They're not going to raise, like he got rid of a killer, right? Then you got people that make up shit. I remember this as a kid. That's why when I first thought of snitching, I thought people were making up shit on you. You know what I'm saying? And that's what he's doing right here. Bro, there he named one name. That's one name. There's like fucking so many different names and all this shit. And it's like I said in the video, it's a bad Tubi film. It's a Crackle film. Like, if I wanted to watch a Crackle film, I'll go watch Joe Dirt fucking 5, dude. Like, fuck this shit.
Would be coming in, and he needed to talk business. At this meeting is where Wade truly understood his role and why he was asked to be part of the business, again, to be security and intimidating due to his size. And he understood that the business had to deal with guns and drug trafficking. Wade made a comment that the gentleman at the meeting stated that they would make sure there was enough ice in the ice machines. Ultimately, ice is referring to meth. Wade then started to learn about the chain of command. Tommy Williams was second in command and the main drug runner.
Second name.
Wade then met Josh Mateo Luckish through Eric at the resort at a party they were hosting. Over time,
Wade ended up becoming the second in command, and this upset Tommy because ultimately it kicked him out of his position. Wade continued to learn more about the organization as he got closer with Eric. He learned that a majority of the drugs were from Costa Rica because Eric lived there for 1 to 2 years in a penthouse. He also learned that there was a private airport nearby in Marathon, Florida, only about 15 minutes away from the resort. They also had multiple cigarette boats at the resort, the yacht Wade lived on, and later on, Eric purchased a 2-person plane that could take off from the water. They utilized these forms of transportation to get the guns and drugs transported from Costa Rica, Jamaica, islands and Bahamas, even more places, back to Florida. And if you see it, it's only going to be a couple-hour boat ride from the Florida Keys to Costa Rica. The organization controlled the entire Keys. All of the drugs and guns coming in and out, had power and control over many people who lived in what they call the trailers in the Keys, and they continued to expand through Florida and other states. Wade realized that Eric started bringing in girls from all over who were on their payroll. Started with strippers from Miami and the Keys, and then he started seeing women being transported in from Brazil, Australia, Costa Rica, Aruba, and other exotic countries. Wade started to put the pieces together to realize that they were dealing in human trafficking as well. Before he was officially introduced to the human trafficking side, he was required to meet Eric's mother, Sandra Stillwell Youngquist, who is truly the main boss of the organization.
Another name.
She came down to the resort in Conquy and interviewed Wade to make sure he was legitimate and was ready to be fully involved in their business. When he realized they were involved in human trafficking, Wade became less interested in being in the organization. When he realized they were involved in human trafficking, Wade became less interested in being in the organization. He said he could deal with the drugs and guns, but he didn't like the human trafficking portion of it. Eric then told Wade he needed him to go to Fort Myers to look after the girls in the spa there as security. Tommy came with him to
Hey, lady,
Fort
you gotta
Myers,
say that right.
and
Hey,
Wade
no.
stayed at Josh Mateo's condo
That's not
at the
how you
time
say.
in the area.
It's not Fort Myers. It's Fort Myers. You gotta say that right. Fort Myers, like plies and Myers.
Eric told Wade to not get involved with any of the girls at the spa, including Mila, because Mila and Tommy used to date. All of the girls at the spa are licensed, so it looks legit, but it's ultimately covering up the illegal operations. Wade started getting into the motions of the business and operations and was still mainly used as security for the girls. Wade even mentioned that they would make home or hotel visits, and he would go with the girls to drive them to make sure they would be okay. They would even bring massage tables and items, so it kept up the idea that the business was legitimate. While he was in Fort Myers, all of the guns and drugs were kept at Josh Mateo's warehouse that he used for his graphic design company, Mateo Graphics. Josh had a Cuban friend who kept his large trucks on his property. They would utilize those trucks to load the guns and drugs on and then cover it with debris to make it not look quite as sketchy. The organization had some dirty cops in the Cape Coral Police Department, which is the same police department that assisted in the first attempted arrest of Wade and accused him of the murders and were also part of his investigation and trial. Shortly after he arrived in Fort Myers, Wade started dating Mila. A few months later, they started talking about leaving the organization and moving to Hawaii. Now, they chose Hawaii because Mila previously dated a professional surfer there, lived in Hawaii, and was a prostitute there.
He's throwing shots, bro. This story's throwing shots at her, bro, because he's pissed at her. She threw him under the bus. She's a clout chaser. Well, at that time, she was.
Eric, Tommy, and Josh caught wind that they were planning to leave and take the rest of the girls with them. This means the spa in Fort Myers would be shut down, which affects their operations. Now, 2 days before the murders, Mila and Wade were at the spa late at night. They heard a knocking on the glass window, and Tommy was standing there with a man named Chris Brown, who was a very big bouncer and security guy for the organization. Tommy tried to get Wade to go outside and talk with him, and Wade said he would only speak to Tommy if Chris went back to the car. Once Chris went back to the car, Wade went outside, and that's when Tommy told him that they were aware of what he was up to and threatened that if he tried to leave, they would kill him. Tommy ended up leaving short.
His dad was also talking about getting threats too. We're going to be getting into that next. I wonder who he's getting threats by. Is Unforgiven even in this mix? That's my question. That's why I'm trying to get a hold of somebody from Unforgiven. Are they even claiming this fucking guy at this point? Like, I know we've heard reports of him getting beat up and shit, but what's really going on? You know, and then if they hear this, like, isn't this like the worst thing you could do? Snitch on somebody on a fake story, naming names and shit.
After that next day, Wade went to the Buddha with Mila, where they met a doctor from Georgia who was interested in finding a girl to have sex with. Wade offered Mila up and said the doctor paid to sleep with her. Mila then went home with the doctor and did not go to a friend's house, as she said. Wade had Mila's car because she went home with the doctor. He didn't ultimately steal the car. Wade met Christine that evening, and they went to Jason Shepard's house after they left the Buddha, which they had just met Jason that night. Mila's Hellcat ran out of gas, and ultimately it stayed parked at Jason's house while Wade and Christine Ubered back to her place. Wade stayed at Christine's place until about 5 a.m., maybe a little bit later. He said it was around the time the sun was rising.
I know somebody that fumigated the Buddha. We can get him on. Hey, we can literally go to the Buddha, but we'll do like White Boy Lockdown Radio. We'll pull up at Brian Laundrie's house and stay there for a week and a half. Yo, salute to the chat, man. We are on the YouTube Streets podcast, man. We are talking Wade Wilson. After this, we're gonna be getting into the 2301 tonight. We do got the podcast, YouTube Streets podcast. Make sure y'all come by that. And then, yeah, check out the videos that are out. And we got more videos coming, more different angles. I'm going to be getting to a little bit of that at the end as well.
In October. He then left because he had to go to Josh's warehouse to get drugs to do a run. He used Christine's car to go to the warehouse because, again, the Hellcat was still at Jason's house without gas. When he arrived at the warehouse, Wade was met by Josh and another man he did not know. They said they needed to talk to him and told him to sit down. They then told Wade that they knew he wanted to leave the organization, but that wasn't going to be an option. Josh told Wade at that time that they were murdering both Christine and Diane, and that he would be expected to take the blame for it. They told Wade exactly how both murders would be done. In this way, Wade wouldn't be able to leave and would be in prison instead. They threatened him. It wasn't at gunpoint, but Wade knew guns were easily accessible since they were at the warehouse, that if he did not take the blame, they would...
Question, Wade. So where was Diane at? You picked her up. So this would have been after you picked her up. So you're saying they're like, okay, we're going to kill Diane. Well, where was she? Because she would have already been picked up by then. So you saying like you had her in your car alive? I mean, that just makes no sense. You're saying he's like, we're going to kill them and you're going to take the fall. Well, timeline doesn't match because now Diane either would have already been missing. You know what I'm saying? It makes no sense. I mean, obviously it's a lie, but I mean, I want those people that are like picking out these discrepancies in the state story. Well, what about the discrepancies in this story? It's ridiculous. It's making me mad.
Harm his loved ones. They then forced Wade to make phone calls utilizing a device that would reroute through the victims' phones. That's why there's evidence that Wade used their phones to call his biological father and Mila.
Oh my God.
Wade first called his biological dad.
He had her phone.
Purposely called him over his adopted
This is
parents.
crazy. This story is so fucking stupid.
He told him he did something bad that he cannot take back. He was very vague with his initial conversation with his dad. He then called Mila, again, still utilizing that device which rerouted the call through the victim's phones, to tell her the same thing. Once the calls were done, Josh told Wade that he was going to call the police to have them come and arrest him. The first responding officer was Sergeant Angela Fleming, who was a longtime friend of Mila's. Angela Fleming is also related to Miguel Fleming, who was one of the detectives on Wade's case for the Cape Coral Police Department and was in the Navy with Mila. Josh called the cops and then left. While Wade was waiting for the cops to arrive,
Let me ask y'all that
so
though.
that he could take
Everything I heard on there, like that part right there where she's actually saying that Mila was Mila in the Navy. That's where I'm gonna look into on that, see if that part's real. Definitely. The blame game is overplayed. Somebody said this story's bullshit. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. We know the fucking story's bullshit, dude. Dude, you guys don't watch the full videos. This story is we know. We know. But why is no one covering it? Why is no one covering Team Wade? Yeah, y'all want to hear fucking 2019 damn audio, and you got this dude talking 3 days ago. And he's actually giving out raffles, and people are fucking bro, $56,000, bro. $56,000. Why is your membership gone? I don't know, bro. I don't know.
the fall, he had a change of heart. Wade got an opportunity to escape through the back door of the warehouse. He ran out the door and hid in the bushes and trees behind the warehouse for a while. Once the cops left, Wade found a house across the street that seemed abandoned that he was able to break in through the back window. He said he stayed in that house for a few hours, mid-afternoon to later that night, while he figured out his next steps. He needed a place.
Okay, corrupt, perfect idea. Let's do that now, and I want you to come forth with it. Write me a better script than she did. I'm not playing. I want to bet if you know, hey, listen, I'm going to hold your word to it, and anybody else that could do it. What would you have said? Write your script, and let's compare. See if he would have got off. Shit, maybe like a 60-second version of your clip.
Is to be safe and think about what he could do. Later that night, he called his biological dad and he told him he did something bad and needed help. He then gave him more information about the murders because Wade was ready to go to jail and realized that this was his only option to keep his loved ones safe. His biological dad said he would send him an Uber, but instead called the cops, which Wade knew he would. The marshals came shortly after to arrest Wade and he was taken to jail. 2 days after being in jail, Wade completed a video visitation with his biological dad, where he told his dad additional information, including where Diane's body was, so that it could be taken back to her family. Wade was forced into confessing as he was terrified that his loved ones would be hurt. He knew if he told his biological dad that it would get back to Eric and the entire organization, showing that he upheld his side of the deal. 4 days after being in jail, Wade then confessed to the detectives for the murder, still concerned about his family's safety, and was hoping that this would get into the news so again, Eric and the organization would see that he upheld his side of the deal. After 8 days in jail, it had still not broken on the news. Wade then took measures into his own hands and called Mila because he knew she would be working with the reporters. He confesses to the murders because he knew Mila would tell the reporters and it would get attention from media. Again, this would draw attention so that Wade could ensure that it got back to Eric and the organization, that he was confessing, upholding his end of the deal so that his loved ones would be kept safe. Less than a month after Wade was incarcerated, specifically on December 3rd, 2019, Wade's adoptive parents' house in Tennessee was mysteriously burned down, and Wade knew this was Eric and the organization attempting to kill them.
You see what I'm saying? This is where she's getting people at, though. This is where they're getting people at. Now, okay, did that happen? To lie about something like that? Another thing, too, I think it's strategic of him having her say it. you know, having her say this whole thing so he can get all this money and shit. And he just said something about his family, bro. If you care about your dad, then why are you saying it now? You know, if you really care about, if he said he cared about his family, don't touch my family. That's why I confess. Well, you're confessing now to this other bogus ass story. But that's what I want to know. Did his adopted family's house in Tennessee burn down, or was his grandparents' house or something? Fucking weird, bro. If they made that up, this lady is fucked up, dude. They're both fucked up for that.
That's when Wade decided he needed to retract his story because he realized the organization would still try to kill his loved ones. It took him some time to come out because he was hoping to not have a public defender and wanted to do it the right way with someone who would understand and be willing to stand up for him. Over time, he realized he would not get that and decided he needed to contact the news to get his story out and retract his admission of guilt.
All right, guys. Well,
all right, guys.
Hope you enjoyed hearing Wade's side.
Okay, guys, donate us more money. I'm taking 20% from Wade because, you know, all the fees for the kiosk. Okay, guys, just donate the money. I don't want to fuck him. I just want to make money off of him. Okay, I might have ruined any interview I had with Team Wade after that. Not this playing, man. Fuck them motherfuckers up. Hey, so
what do you guys think? It's so silly that there's people really believe this after everything. Oh, I know, Danielle. I was so excited. I wanted the recent calls to see what was going on, but no, you need a court order because they're not public records. It sucks because most jails and prisons don't consider them public records, so it's like probably 1 time out of 20 you'll get it okayed. You know what I'm saying? You have to do a bunch of requests, and most of them deny it because they're not. A lot of them aren't. A lot of jails don't consider them public record, but because these were a part of the discovery, a lot of the jails were a part of the discovery. If it's part of the case, then it's considered, you know, public record. But so I know it sucks. I was looking forward to it. I wanted to get them so bad. Like the last year, I was trying to request 2023 up until present day because he's still in the jail. And so you could see like, but leading up to trial, his phone calls, during trial, his phone calls, and after trial, his phone calls. But nope, not public record. Sucks. But oh well, I tried. Anyway, all right. So what else? Oh, so what do you think of the story? It's a bunch of crap, right? Oh my God. That's what I was going to say. I just can't believe how people believe this. You know, I mean, sometimes there is a corrupt system and this stuff does go on, but this isn't believable because of everything that led up to this and all the evidence and all of his conversations and just how it happened. It makes no sense. I'm not saying it doesn't go on, but this isn't one of the cases. And here's the thing though, even if for some reason, you guys got to remember this, well, you don't have to remember, but even if for some small chance that it is found out that they do run some kind of, you know, prostitution escort service out of Mila's spa, it still doesn't mean that he didn't kill the girls. You know what I'm saying? So let's say they find out, oh my God, she is doing some illegal stuff out of there. And then everybody's like, oh my God, see, it's true. Well, both can be true. They could possibly, she could be doing illegal stuff out of the spa, but also he murdered that. He murdered Diane and Christine. You know what I'm saying? So the sucky thing is if for some reason somebody investigates and they find out Mila was doing some of this prostitution or escort out of her spa, I'm not saying she did, but people are going to now, a lot of people are going to be like, oh my God, that means he's innocent. No, it doesn't. Even if it still doesn't mean that he didn't kill those girls. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm afraid. I'm afraid they're going to find out like that maybe some of this is true, not all of it, not the whole setup, but what if they do find out she is doing that kind of stuff? I hope people think and realize, okay, doesn't mean he didn't kill him, you know, because think about it. A lot of times you tell a story, there'll be some truth in it. You know, a lot of people will make up a story and have some truths in it. And then it just remember though, it does not mean he didn't kill him if for some reason. I'm not saying that happened out of her spa, but saying if we find out that that does not mean he didn't kill them. I'm sorry, he killed them. There's not a doubt in my mind. Anyway, oh, really? Scooby Snack? Wait, what do you mean by that? I like your name, Scooby Snack. I used to love Scooby Doo. Scooby Snack. No, the cartoon, but I know it's Scooby Snack too. That's funny. Okay, so, but what do you mean watered down though? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because I feel like they might find out some of that's true. Maybe she is doing some illegal stuff out of there. I'm not saying if, allegedly, I don't know. I'm not either way. I hope it doesn't make people just automatically be like, the whole story's true. Some will though, because some people won't be able to think like, oh, if that's true, that means that's true. No, two things could be true at the same time, you know? So yeah. So I bet you there is a little bit of truth in that story he concocted. It's probably not all false. It probably stemmed from some truths. You know what I'm saying? But he concocted it in a way where it made it look like he didn't commit the murder. So he added in all these little details to make it look like he's innocent. But I bet you there's some truths within that story. But the stuff that's ridiculous is like, okay, we're going to kill them and you're going to take the fall. But like, how are you going to make him go pick her up, give her directions? Then what does he do with Diane? Okay. She didn't make it to work. So are you saying they had her? So that means Wade like grabbed her and brought her and then been like, you know, it makes no sense. Or they went and found her, but she would have been at work. I mean, it's just stupid. It's stupid. And what is some of the other weird stuff? Oh, the fact that he would be like, oh, I'm out when they said like human trafficking. Oh, okay. I don't like, well, he didn't say I was out, but I'm okay with the drugs and firearms. But when it comes to the human trafficking thing, no, that bothered him. Yeah. Bothered you, Wade? What, you like how you treat women? No way that would bother you. That'd be something you'd be more excited about. That would probably be something you'd be more wanting to be a part of. Like, there's nothing about your history that says that that would be the line where you'd be like, ooh, I don't know about that. Yeah, right. Anyway. Oh, okay, Austin. But it's the ones that it's a specific time frame, right? Because the reason I was saying that it's because they're in discovery. I was going through the court documents, and there's a bunch of jail calls that's a part of the case. So that's what I figured, since they said that the jail calls aren't public record, and then I see the court documents, there's a bunch that are a part of the case, making those a part of public record. But you can't get them all. You can just the ones that they requested. So there's certain ones that Wade requested for the case, the defense, and then certain ones the state requested. So then that turns it into public record. You just see what I'm saying? So you can't get all of them, but you can get the ones that were a part of the case, unless if for some reason they have some kind of connection that's not like through the system. But yeah, let me know. Email me and let me know. But I'm pretty sure that's what's going on with them. But there's still a lot. They requested a lot. I mean, somebody said 3 months. It probably seems about right. So, all right. So, yeah, definitely. Well, let me know. Definitely. But I'm still, okay, so I'm still, I still have the request for the case files, so I'll probably be getting them. It just takes a while. I requested last week, so they're still processing. But still email me just in case if, something happens. I would love to get them. But I'm hoping I get them when I get the files. But we'll see. But email me. Did you give her my email? I don't know. Who did you say has it? Yeah, sometimes they take a while. So yeah, let me know, because maybe they'll take a while. And since like I'm doing the case right now, that'd be nice to get them before, so I don't have to wait. It depends. Like Taylor Business was probably the longest. That took like what, 3, maybe 4 months or something to get it. That was the longest any of them take. I mean, that was ridiculous. Like the files, and then they redacted all that crap. I was so mad. They redacted so much stuff. But yeah, mine's still in the process. But yeah, email me. Who are you talking about though, Allsane? I'm not seeing who you're even talking to. Oh, Court 96. Okay. Okay, yeah, let me know. In case if they want to be jerks and don't give me all the case files. I'm hoping they will though. But okay, so where are we at? I think, yeah, he thinks he's getting a new trial. He's trying to get a new trial. It's ridiculous. Lockdown. I don't know who Lockdown is. Awesome. Who's Lockdown? Huh. I never heard of the Lockdown channel. Oh, wait, the 23 in lockdown, or wait, is that what that's called? I forget the name of it already. The one that did the Wade father interview? Is that who you mean? Hold on, let me see the name of them. I forget the name of him. That guy? Hold on. 1 second. I'm gonna go. I forget his name. It might be Lockdown. It's hold on. Where is it? It is, yeah, Lockdown 23 and 1. Okay. Then you're talking about they're friends with him. Okay, cool. Yeah. That was the first I ever seen him. It popped up because I've been watching a bunch of Wade videos. So that popped up when he interviewed his dad. I never even heard of the channel and it popped up. I'm like, ooh, I gotta watch this interview. But that's the first I seen of him. But cool. All right, so okay, Josh. Yeah. Cool. Joe's. Thank you. Yep. I just looked. Yep. Josh 23, Lockdown 23, or wait, where did it go again? Yeah, Lockdown 23 and 1. Okay, so what was I going to do next? I'm trying to think. Oh, I did the support letters, right? Well, I don't think I did them all. Did I? There's one left, I think. Hold on. Oh, and there's something else. Hold on. Oh, my Lord. There was 2 things that I was like, I had them and I forgot to cover, and I'm going to forget the one thing again. I'm going to forget it. I know it. The one is here. Hold on. I'll play it in a minute. Let me bring it up. It's a quick couple minute. You guys may have seen it. It's just his first court appearance after he gets arrested. I'll just play that because I had it to play and I forgot to play it the first 2 parts. Almost forgot it this time. And I'm gonna forget something else that I can't remember. All right, hold on. Let me find it. Let's see. Frontal lobe. Nope. First appearance. Here it is. All right. Hold on. Let me get the commercial passed real quick. A minute 32 for the commercial, and then I'll play it. And then what else did I want to do? Okay, I have one more letter, I think, because I don't think I read the number 12. And then I'm going to keep going through the files because I haven't went through all of them and see, because there's one particular that I saw on another channel. So I know it's somewhere. I just got to find it. That looks really interesting that I want to read. And then if I find any other ones. Oh, there is another one that I found that I don't think I read. It was the incident report from the day of the murder, but it was Mila's. Because remember, I read her one from 3 months ago, which I am going to turn that into a pre-record because it's getting lost in my long 5-hour live. But there's the incident report from the attack. I don't think I read that, so I would like to kind of read some of that. It's not really that long. That's weird because this commercial is all black. I hope it's going to work right. Still, hold on. It's still commercial, but it's going through, but it's just a black screen. Man, I hope the video's not black. Just give me 1 minute. No, it's black. Dang it. Wait, is Kristen the one that's in jail though? Is that the one that got arrested, they said? Or no? K Court 96. Which one is going to interview her? Yeah, I don't know why this is all black. Dang it. Let me try it again. Oh, now it's not. I think we're going to get this time. Which one of them is going to interview her, Chris? Which channel, K Court? Oh, thanks, K Court. K Court 96. But you said you're going to get Kristen interview. Is that the one they said that in the documents they said got arrested? The girl he was dating got arrested or whatever? I'm still researching, so I'm still, slowly getting through everything, trying to figure out who's the whole story, everybody, all the ins and outs. Okay, is this commercial done yet? What the heck? Hold on. It's actually not a black screen, so just give me 1 minute when the commercial's over. She's in there now, but in 2019. Yes, I know. I saw I heard the phone calls. I've been watching the phone calls. I've watched them all. So that's what I was wondering. So, okay. So she got arrested for, was it trafficking or something? I figured, she was talking to, on the phone call, she was talking about how she was in and out of jail. Like she knows the system. She's been in there a bunch. I figured there's a chance she might get back in there. Yeah. Wonder, is she in there for a long time? Wait, is that the one you said you're going to get an interview with, or who? Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Hold on. You said we're going to get an interview with Kristen. Okay, hold on. So she's out now, though? I just read it today where he was talking about his counsel. I think it was the one where he wrote out, and he's talking about his counsel making statements to his fiance, and then I swear they said, because his counsel made some remark about the last person he dated or he talked to or whatever is in jail now or something like that. I figured it was Kristen because of her saying how she was in and out. I was like, that has to be who he's talking about. But then I don't know where I saw the trafficking. I don't know. Maybe somebody in chat said trafficking or something. I don't know. I got all this stuff. I'm like, okay, which one was the document and which one was like interviews? There's so much now that's condensed in my head from everything.
No.
Nothing about it.
I live 2 hours away, so I'm not familiar.
Oh, I must have an interview playing. Hold on. Oh, I have this playing. Hold on. Give me 1 minute, guys. All right. Now we got it. All right. Sorry. I had another interview.
568. Mr. Wilson, you're charged with first-degree murder, grand theft auto, battery, a second first-degree murder, burglary of a dwelling, occupied, and petty theft. State want to be heard?
Briefly, Judge Andreas Gardner on behalf of the state. The state respectfully requesting Mr. Wilson be held no bond.
Defense?
The Honor Johnson, answer public defender's office. I believe Judge Manning took testimony and signed the habeas for Howard no bond. Any other bond motions will be conducted with the trial judge.
Very good. Mr. Wilson will be held without bond. Your court date is November 25th, 2019 at 8:30 a.m. in courtroom 4A. If somehow you get out of jail, you will have no contact with the director. Is that someone? All right. You will have no contact directly or indirectly with Melissa Lynn Montez and stay away from 2039 West Street in Fort Myers, Florida. Do you understand that, sir?
Sure.
That's all for today. All right.
Kind of didn't like that. He's like, he basically has no. If he gets out, he is not allowed to have any contact with Melissa. You understand that? And he took him, and he's like, sure. Like, you could tell I was not happy about that. Sorry, I know that was just short, but it was just something I wanted to play. Is anything I could find? I'm trying to play, because there's not a ton. I mean, there's the trial, and then there's really not like a ton of stuff, which there's that one from Fox, and I'm so afraid to play it because, like I said, some of Fox copyrights and some don't, and I don't know if this is the one that copyrights, but it's a phone interview where they call him and they interview, but I don't know. I'm just like, I don't even want to risk it. It's almost not worth it, I feel like. Let me see what this is. Oh, this is the, hold on 1 second. No, I already played that. That's this one. Let's play this. This channel has some good information too.
Okay.
This one right here.
We also had
Strange Embers podcast.
I'm going to go ahead and bring this up. This is one of the most interesting comments I have read yet. I ran into him vacationing in Florida, and there's some truth to this, which I replied back and asked, could she tell more? Oh, and did she tell more?
Yeah, she did.
This is going to be on the screen as well. If you want to stop it and pause it, but we have got to read this. Me and my daughter happened to be at a spot where Mila and a guy were at. Wade was not there at this time. Oddly, she couldn't stop approaching my daughter and just seemed interested in her, following us all over the place, constantly shadowing my daughter, asking way too many questions. And there was questions as to where are you from? You have family down here or just on vacation? And how old she was. Just too much information to be asking a stranger. This guy she was with was also very weird, trying to have my attention as Mila is trying to take pics with my daughter. And this guy with her is trying to distract me in any way possible. Next thing you know, you see Wade come in and he is pissed. He told her to get the F away and don't even think about it. He approached me asking over and over again, what she asked you. Your daughter wasn't alone with her or the guy. Like panic mode. So he's telling this guy to get the hell out of there and trying to get her to leave as well. I told my daughter to get in the car. Well, the guy with Mila tried getting my daughter in a car with him. Wade completely intervened. He was straight sober and all there in his mind. Mila and the guy took off while Wade stayed there, making sure we was all right. He was very apologetic. He said a few things to me for a while. He made sure we got to our destination okay. But in my gut, I started to realize what was about to seriously go down. Wade wouldn't have straight answered to my questions, but he said to make sure my daughter isn't alone at all without me. My daughter hasn't been back there since, and we have close family down there. I went back to the same place the next day just to see what was up, and there was Mila again. But when I tried approaching her, she left quickly. My daughter told me she took a few pictures with her and asked personal questions, then gave her a card with her number so she could hook up with her for a lot of fun. And I did also ask, and that was the end of the comment, by the way. I did also ask how old her daughter was at the time. Her daughter was 18 at the time of that.
You can definitely tell something's not right. I'm not saying Wade's innocent by any means, Brent, and I feel like we've said this since the beginning. He's guilty of something. In my opinion, he is. But I feel like there's more people involved in what's going on.
I've said it and I'll say it again. There are holes in this story. There are so many holes. And there are a ton of people that even come in the comments and they're,
whoa, okay, wow. I didn't think this channel was like kind of Team Wade. I think there's holes in the story because only Wade knows. Nobody was there to tell a perfect story of what happened. Wade he was on drugs. I don't think anybody else was involved. Wow. All right. I didn't realize that everything else I watched them, I didn't realize that okay. Anyway, so I do have some more documents. I don't have another letter, but I do have that one part I never finished is pretty interesting. Look, that one letter that I never finished, I think we should finish because look, I love this kind of research. I don't know if you guys do, but I think me into like psychology and trying to understand people. Okay, so I had to take a break because these, like, when you're reading all these, big words and sometimes your mouth gets tired. I know that sounds silly, but it does. So it says, overall, while brain disorders and abnormalities can contribute to criminal behavior, it is a complex interplay of biological, psychological, and environmental factors that ultimately influences why individuals commit crimes. Several studies in the United States have suggested that murderers and individuals who commit violent crimes may have brain disorders and abnormalities. That one's kind of hard to say when you're tired of reading. Here are some notable examples. Adrian Rain's research. Adrian Rain, a well-known neurocriminologist, has conducted extensive research on the brain structures of violent criminals, including murderers. In one of his studies, Rain used brain imaging techniques to compare the brains of convicted murderers to those of non-violent individuals. He found that murderers often had reduced activity in their prefrontal cortex, a region associated with impulse control, decision-making, and moral reasoning. The James Fallon studies. Neuroscientist James Fallon conducted brain scans of psychopaths, including some who committed murders. His research indicated that psychopaths often have abnormalities in the orbital cortex and the amygdala, areas involved in emotional regulation and impulse control. Fallon's work was highlighted the potential link between brain structure and violent behavior. And then you have Blair. The study focused on individuals with antisocial personality disorder, a condition often associated with violent behavior. The researchers found that individuals with ASPD showed reduced volume in the orbital frontal cortex, a brain region involved in ethical behavior and decision making. Then you have structural and functional brain abnormalities, a study published in the Journal of American Medical Association. They reviewed structural and functional brain abnormalities in individuals with antisocial behavior. The review highlighted that violent offenders, including murderers, often exhibit abnormalities in the prefrontal cortex and amygdala, supporting the idea that brain disorders may underlie violent behavior. And then the neurotransmitter imbalances. They've shown imbalances in neurotransmitters such as serotonin and dopamine can contribute to aggressive and violent behavior. For instance, studies have found that low levels of serotonin are associated with increased impulsivity and aggression, which can lead to violent crimes, including murder. And then the MAOA gene in violence, the so-called warrior gene, has been studied in relation to violent behavior. Caspi conducted a landmark study that found individuals with a low activity variant of that gene who were maltreated as children were more likely to engage in violent behavior as adults. The gene-environment interaction has been linked to a higher propensity for violent crimes. And it says these studies collectively suggest that there are identifiable brain disorders and abnormalities in murderers and violent offenders. However, it is important to note that not all individuals with these brain characteristics will engage in violent behavior, and environmental and social factors also play a significant role in the development of criminal behavior. And then it goes about what prosecutorial misconduct refers to. It's withholding exculpatory evidence, presenting false evidence, improper statements, selective prosecution. So, okay. And then the letter 12. I hope I'm not overstepping by sending this. However, I have a concern. Well, let me make this bigger. I have a concern with the recommended death penalty for Wade. While I have no credentials to speak up on this, I hope that you will consider this in good faith. With regards to the Wade Wilson case, it appears clearly documented that Mr. Wilson suffers with mental health issues that appear to be severely aggravated by the use of drugs. I could agree with that. This was noted by not only the doctor, but also mentioned by numerous ex-girlfriends. Mental health issues that clearly have gone treated, unmedicated, properly, and potentially until now undiagnosed. This would leave Wade very vulnerable in society. The stigma around mental health has not always been accepted in society, which could also have led to Mr. Wilson avoiding getting a diagnosis. In Canada, where I am from, we have had numerous high-profile cases of undiagnosed mental health, schizophrenia that led to murder. However, in both these high-profile cases, the accused was instead of a sentence to life in prison. We do not have the death penalty here. They were instead treated for their schizophrenia in an appropriate mental health facility, leading to an outcome that is healthier than leaving them in prison system without help, allowing them to continue on an unhealthy state. In this case, Mr. Wilson, with the diagnosis that was presented, would this not be a better option for him? I'm not saying he shouldn't serve time for the crimes he committed, but I am certain that the death penalty would be the best option. I'm not certain it would be the best option. This will leave Mr. Wilson in a prison system for potentially years waiting, and he will still have mental health issues. It won't fix the problem or the person, and it won't bring back the 2 women he killed. If what I have read is correct, he is currently being treated for bipolar while in prison. If medicating Mr. Wilson has proven to show him as a normal human without violent outbursts, then I would think that would be proof. Well, you know why, though? Back up. It's because he's in there with all men. He only attacks women where he feels like he could have power, like when he's like more powerful than the person. So yeah, just because he maybe doesn't have any violent outbursts in jail does not mean he won't when he's around a woman or somebody less powerful. And anyway, I would think that would be proof that the possibility of drug-induced violence caused his episode that day. I would also like to note that if you look past his tattoos to his face structure, since being in prison and medicated, he is healthier. His face is fuller compared to his booking picture, where his face is gaunt, pale, and he looks unhealthy compared to now, while he is on medication to control his multiple mental health issues. A man who is hell-bent on murder for the sake of murder would not have turned in his roommate in prison for plotting a murder. A man hell-bent on murdering would have taken that money. This shows good choices in judgment, not something you saw in Mr. Wilson while he was using drugs. No, he did that hoping to get some kind of reward for it in his case. That's the only reason I feel like he did that. Make it look good for his trial and for this case, thinking it would help maybe get him off somehow. Anyway, I feel like this needs to be taken into consideration as a good deed showing his true character while in a health mindset. I also point to the fact he did not want to show pictures publicly court that could potentially damage his family's reputation or cause undue harm to them. This again is an act of kindness, showing that he cares for other people in his life. Something I would question, considering those pictures could have been the difference of life sentence versus death penalty. What pictures? Does anybody know what they're talking about? What pictures? He still chose to protect his family. These are acts of someone who has a good sense of what is right and wrong. Again, while Mr. Wilson is properly medicated and not in the streets, he makes good decisions. Wait, what's going on? Sorry, guys. I'm not, when I read, I can't look at chat, so. Oh, I know, Lainey. I've been listening to all the jail calls. But I don't know. I'm trying to bring a little bit of something different since, they're out there and everybody's seen them over there. But I will, give me, not on this one because it's been so long, but maybe if I don't get the files before next live, maybe I could do a commentary and play some of them. Because I do want to comment. I would like to talk about them, but I was trying to find some different information that nobody has or that nobody's going over. But yeah, let me, maybe next live I'll do it. Okay. Is that all right? All right. So, but I've listened to them all. I've been keeping up with them. That's actually what made me interested in the case. When it was in trial, I was zoned into, I don't know if it was when I was doing Taylor, but I didn't watch it. I was just not interested. I didn't know. I mean, I knew it was on. I heard kind of about it, but I didn't, it was just no, I'm busy or whatever, doing other cases. And then I listened to the jail calls and it made me want to go back and watch the trial. So that's what got me interested in this case, actually. All right. So where are we at? I want to know what pictures he's talking about, though. I have not studied Mr. Wilson's past to any great extent, but what I have seen is that it seems like at some point he started making poor decisions. I have to ask if this was as his mental health issues continued to get worse. Did he start using drugs around this time? No, he's been using drugs this whole I feel like since what? Teenager? What caused Mr. Wilson to go from everyone saying he was a nice guy, charming, friendly, to a violent person, to a murderer? Something happened, and I would question his behavior in prison, where street drugs should not be available again, from my understanding. He is getting his mental health disorders in order and taken care of. All information I'm referring to has been made available on the internet, and I'm not privy to all the information you have in front of you. I may be missing some very important information, which leads me to speak out of turn. So, I mean, does this person know that he got charged with trafficking drugs in jail after he's arrested off drugs for so long? Or is he using drugs in jail? Probably. But, oh, good decisions? Okay, buddy. Well, he tried to escape trafficking while he's locked up. But yeah, he's making good decisions. Okay. All right. Got all his face tattooed with a bunch of stuff that makes him look like a racist, guy. But yeah, he's making really good decisions. And then he glares during his trial like he wants to kill all the freaking witnesses, like he's going to murder them with his eyes. I mean, yeah, he's a changed man. All right. Anyway, from the point of view of a mother of 2 boys, I have to look at this and say, I would be terrified if one of my kids had a mental health disorder that was undiagnosed and they committed a crime like this. But I assure you, I would be fighting for them to get the help they need and not to be sentenced to the death penalty. I feel the same way about Mr. Wilson. For what reason, I have no idea, but something doesn't sit right in this case from what I have seen. And I just have a strong feeling that this man is scared. He is dealing with demons that he created and ones he didn't know he had. Part of me feels like he has been chasing his biological dad's approval since he turned 18 and has never been able to get it, leading to years of substance to numb the pain that he can't fix. Numbing the pain, the stress, and the sadness caused his mental health to get worse to this point where now he is in big trouble and he is even more scared because when he is in his sober mind, he also has to live with what he did. I could be wrong, but my mom gut tells me something isn't right, that he was not as proud of this act as his biological father says. As a mom, as a parent, as a human that has compassion, I ask that you please reconsider this case sentence recommendation of the death penalty, that you consider a second-degree murder charge for a life sentence, or you come to the conclusion that the mental health treatment be a better sentence than taking one more life off this earth. All right. Yeah. All right. And then let me do, so we did this letter of support. We could do this one is granting defendant's motion for judgment of acquittal for a new trial and for arrest of judgment. Okay. He was charged 2 counts of first-degree murder, blah, 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 blah. Defendant was found guilty of all charges after a jury trial held between June 3rd and June 12th. After a 2-day penalty hearing, the same jury recommended death. Okay. Wade Wilson's jury, right? Okay, wait. What's the argument here? The use of the new statute violated Wade Wilson's constitutional rights against ex post facto laws. All right. The court erred in denying defendant's pretrial motion to sever the murders and burglary charges. The state failed to prove Wade Wilson possessed Miss Melton's car without her consent prior to death. Oh, well, what does it matter if she's like, oh, you could use my car, and then he murdered her? Like, who cares? What's the matter if she gave him permission or not? I mean, I get what they're trying to say. Like, she was still alive, probably. Who cares? He freaking killed her. Why does this make me so mad? Because I mean, I feel like the longer this is what I feel like is gonna happen. It's gonna make me really mad. Okay. I feel that this case, there's a lot of people that are now interested in it because the jail calls. So once it gets to a point where there's nothing really more to go over to keep the case going, there's some people that want to keep it going for content. And what they'll do is then they'll go and they'll start considering his innocence to keep the story going. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm so afraid of. Now that channel, I swear before they weren't saying that. And now they're like, there's something different. There's other people involved. I feel like a lot of channels are going to start doing that, and it's going to make me mad. It really is. Just to like keep it going. And I hate that. That's what I hate about, they'll be like, wait a minute. Yeah, this isn't making sense. Keep watching all this stuff. Oh yeah, you know what? There's some discrepancies. Yeah, because the state doesn't know. They weren't there. They don't know exactly what happened. So it's not going to be a perfect story. You know what I'm saying? Like, there could be some things that, like, that doesn't match up. Well, they weren't there. They're putting a story together as good as that they know, but there's going to be specific things they don't know because only Wade and the victims were there to know the exact precise thing that happened. You know what I'm saying? It's making me mad. You guys watch. This is going to gain traction. There's going to be a lot of people now slowly going to start supporting this piece of crap. Okay, so I want to read this. Let's read a couple other documents. So this one is the incident report type of the attack of Mila that day. I think yeah, that's this one. So, and then I have, hold on. So I have that one, and then we could do the breaking and in it, like the accounts of when they broke in or broke in. Oh my God. When he broke in the house and they went and they got him out. There's like their accounts of what happened there. Here, let's do Mila attack. Okay. Okay. On October 7th, several officers of the Fort Myer Police Department responded to blah, blah, blah for a male and female fighting. They received multiple 911 calls. The caller stated that the male was fighting with a female, dragging her around outside in front of the businesses. The caller said that the female kept yelling no repeatedly. The male was described as a dark male with tattoos, short hair with dark colored shorts. I thought he had sweatpants on, though. Huh, they were saying dark colored shorts. The female was described as possibly in her 30s with blonde hair. Officer Timothy McCormick was assigned to primary to the investigation. They arrived on scene, spoke to the female. She was later identified as, so then her friend Amy, our friend, known each other 6 to 7 years. Okay, so she drove Mila home from the Buddha. Oh, I think I did read. Did I read this? She let Mila sleep on the couch. Her and her boyfriend were in an argument and he left her. She drove Mila back to blank. When they arrived, Mila pulled into the parking lot. Mila's boyfriend pulled into the parking lot and tackled Mila. When the boyfriend exited the vehicle, he didn't put the car in park and the car rolled into an unoccupied vehicle. He was pulling her by the hair. He punched her in the face, bit her right ear. Yeah, well, I did read this because of the bit her right ear. I remember like Mike Tyson, he bit her ear. Okay, I read this one. But let's do. Why isn't this? I think I did the wrong one on that one. So here's the breaking. Oh, this is a different one. Okay, so this is the breaking and entering one. Okay. When he broke into the house and they got him. So it says, on October 7th, officers with the Cape Coral Police Department responded to blah, 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 their address. So when police arrived, they made contact with Joshua Lukic, who stated that a male he knows by the name of Wade Wilson arrived in a black vehicle and told him he had stabbed someone. According to Joshua, Wade also had blood on him. When police arrived, they observed Wade run, and police were not able to locate Wade. While looking for Wade, CCPD received information that Wade was wanted by the Fort Myers Police Department for domestic violence battery. The officers made a perimeter and searched for Wade for a while, but never found him. So officers cleared the scene. Later the same day, U.S. Marshals Task Detective Fordham received information that Wade was hiding at a house. Detective with the U.S. Marshals contacted homeowners of the address who were not home. The victims stated that they had left for Ohio earlier in the morning and no one had permission to be inside the house. And they wanted to press charges. So they want to press charges on Wade. Detectives called the house landline and a male answered the phone. So they called the house and Wade answered the phone. He answered the landline of this house he broke into. Real smart, Wade. Like that is the, if you're like that, like what if it was like one of their friends and then they say, oh, somebody answered your phone. Oh my God, somebody must be in my house. Call the cops. Unless if he knew that who was calling, I don't know. Anyway, detectives told the male to step outside and he stated he needed to speak with his father and then he would come out. The male then came outside and was detained and identified as Wade Wilson. He was placed under arrest for burglary and transported to CCPD. He was read his Miranda rights, and he understood his rights and wished to speak. According to Wade, he knew he was wanted for battery, so he broke into the house through a rear window. While inside the house, he showered, ate popcorn, drank 5 White Claws, hard seltzer waters, and stole the victim's clothes, which he was wearing when arrested. I responded to the scene and located point of entry to be a guest bathroom window. The window appears to have been pried open and pulled out, causing approximately $200 in damages. Based on the evidence provided to me, Wade being located inside the house and him confessing to breaking into the house to hide from police is probable cause to arrest him. And then they interviewed him. All right, hold on. Trying to find this other one. I think I ended up saving the wrong freaking one. Hold on. So I did that breaking. Yeah, I think I did the wrong one. Dang it. Dang it. Let me see what this one does. So this is another one from the attack. But I feel like it's a little bit different because I don't remember this stuff. Like, so late night, they went to the Buddha. Wilson wanted to leave and go to someone's house, but she refused. They argued about going. He went outside to get something from the car because we read that part, or it probably was in the first one. Wilson is a drug user and doesn't have a specific drug of choice, but is known to use cocaine and meth. All right. I guess I did read that. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to find this other one. Give me 1 second. I think I saved the wrong one. 1 second. Okay. How's everybody doing? I'm almost done, guys. I know. I feel like already 5 hours. Oh my God. I do such long ones. I'm going to have to do some timestamps for these. All right, hold on. This one. Just give me 1 minute. 1 minute. I want to find the other account. Is it this one? That's not going to work. No, not that one. Nope, not that one. Not that one. Yes, there isn't one. Yeah. Huh. Well. Why does it make me do it every time? I should be able to go back to the list. It's really making me mad. Hold on, guys. All right, show. Yeah, I think that might be all I have right now, I think. Letter. Grant new trial. I think I already read that. Yeah. Oh, letter 12. Yeah, I read letter 12. Yeah, I think that's all, guys. I know I'm going to end and I'm probably going to realize I forgot something, but oh well, I'll do it next time. So yeah, I'm going to look up. Now I have a list of names that I want to look more into. See if I could find any information. Yeah. Yeah. So thanks for Major. Well, thanks guys for hanging in. Yeah. Get a hold of me, Court 96. Definitely. Do you good. I know a lot of people like it makes them not click on it because it's like, oh, it's too long. So that's why I need to do timestamps. But if I don't get them up, if I don't do the timestamps like right after it goes up, it's like almost too late sometimes. But it takes a minute though to do timestamps. But I'll try to do them for this because there's a lot of important stuff. I'm going to do like, I for sure want to clip out that when I read that incident report from what was it, June or July, like 3 months before with Mila. I think that's important to show people like what he did to her. And she actually, when she reported it, it wasn't just one time. Remember, it was like multiple things she kind of was saying happened, like how he's, I mean, it's happened a few times. I think, if I'm remembering right? The boat incident, but didn't she, I swear she made it seem like it happened a couple times. But it just goes to show you that somebody could be treated like that and still go back to the person. And I'm not blaming Mila. There's a lot of women that do that. It's something, that they got to work out with their self. You know what I'm saying? It's like almost like self-worth type. This is what I deserve. This is some reason what they feel like they deserve and what attracts them, and I'm not blaming her at all, but it just makes me wonder if Kelly is somewhat the same, because after reading those messages that she texted with Courtney. So if you guys haven't seen the beginning of this, it was really interesting. The other woman that was talking to Kelly that basically Wade left Kelly for, and her trying to like get Wade back. It doesn't mean he didn't attack her. And I hate when people think that, oh, that must mean Kelly's lying or it was voluntarily and she liked it. That doesn't mean that. Some women just, well, look at the people that are accusing these women of that. They're the same. A lot of those are the same type. Like something is attracting them about this because they can't, there's no way that they can't see that this guy is abusive in some way. There's no way that these women think that he's completely, all of this stuff is completely made up. So it's just like, I feel like a lot of them have that same thing where they're attracted to this man that's violent in a way. You know what I'm saying? So they should understand that Kelly and Mila could be telling the truth. Yeah. But you guys watch how many people slowly turn and they latch onto this stupid story. It's going to make me really mad. It really is. Yeah. Yeah, it's true. It's a lot. So it's like, I'm not blaming them, but it's just, there's a lot of women like that. And think about women that, stay in abusive relationships. Now, some of it has to do with fear. They're stuck in a situation, whether it be a lot of it's fear plus maybe financially and, the support, that's all they have, or like the fear if they leave, they're going to come and get it 100 times worse. And maybe their life is, in jeopardy, like they might kill them or, you know what I'm saying? So it could, a lot of fear, but a lot of the times they will then next relationship go with somebody else that's like that, It is. It's sad. It's like it's something they need to work on within themselves. But I don't know. And now, if Mila really is married to that Lorenzo, I mean, he's got a history. Now, I'm not saying he couldn't. Maybe he changed and he treats her fine. I have no idea. But he does have, looks like it was a member. He had that charge minor, SA to a minor. Just like Wade had it too. He had that one battery to a minor with a weapon or whatever in 2015. So how old would that make him? He was born in 94. 2019. Wait, 2014. No, 21. It'd make him 21. But it was a minor sexual battery with a weapon, kidnapping. So yeah, he didn't just like that one letter that, oh, something must have happened. And, you know, no, 21, he's kidnapping and you look what he's doing. They said when he was 13, he started. So it doesn't mean that, because sometimes biologically as your brain's forming, that stuff doesn't come out till later. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's true, Mirabella, 100%. A Scooby Stack, I've had fun chatting with you. And who else is new? I feel like, are you new, Scooby Stack? I don't feel like I've seen you around, but I'm glad you're here. And if you have been here, sometimes I don't get to see everybody in chat. So if you were here in another live, I may have just have missed you, because sometimes names, if I'm like busy reading, which this case I've done a lot of reading, so therefore I can't be reading chat too. Oh, Tanya, thank you. Thank you for your super chat. Yeah, it's crazy. So I don't know. I don't know how much, I guess because I don't have much more, you know, I'm going to look into these names, but maybe next one I will. Well, I'll do like commentary on the jail calls, because I've listened to them all, and boy, that's what got me hooked. They're very interesting. I'm trying to think which one to start on. I don't know if if I should do all of them. I don't know. Maybe it's kind of slowly, you know. Yeah, they are very interesting. Just yeah, right. Me too. Oh, well, I'm glad. I'm glad I had on stuff. So, well, it also helps. It helps, like, you know, trolls or whatever, because there's some people that just like go into chats. They want to cause trouble. So sometimes it does help putting the subs on, because therefore they have to sub. But sometimes they don't care. They'll just sub and do it. But I like turning it on, because a lot of times people will just forget to subscribe. So it's like, you know what? It reminds them to subscribe. But I'm glad you did. I'm glad you did. What topic, Fairy Joel? I still have Ezra. I'm going to start doing some pre-records of some. So be looking for those. So I have like all the interviews, like from friends, and like the interviews, but they're just audio, unfortunately. But from Ezra. So I'm going to start uploading those as pre-record. So look out for those, the Ezra McCandless case. Because I don't think, I mean, from what I've seen of the trial, they aren't in the trial. So it's like stuff I feel like, you know, you haven't heard yet. And I always look at it like, you know, most of them testified in the trial. But if you think about it, the trial, they prepare for it. The state goes over, you know, like, and it's almost like sometimes they could kind of like script it, you know, so they say what they want them to say in a way, because it does happen a little bit with it, well, sometimes a lot. So I feel like these interviews where it was like their first interview to the cops is going to be the most honest. Plus, it would be right after it happens, so it's going to be the most accurate and honest, more accurate and honest than them testifying at the trial. So hopefully you guys will be interested in it. The only one that is video is Jason's, but I can't, for some reason, I can't get that one to play. I got to figure out why it's not playing. And then I have some of the other ones that they may have played at trial, but it'll probably be better quality. Like I don't know if they played the whole thing with Ezra in the car, just the audio when it first happens and she goes to that house or she's crying. And yeah, so I have that. I have them going through the crime scene. So yeah, it'll be interesting. But oh yeah, tomorrow I gotta get a thumbnail. So tomorrow, guys, Paige, I hope let me make sure. I hope she's still gonna do it. Paige, Shonda, the Shonda. So at 8 o'clock, I'm going to try to go a little bit early, depending on when the internet people come. Yeah. So the Shonda, if you guys, man, I haven't talked about that case in a minute, but, yeah. So Core TV is doing their episode on it. And like I said, they interviewed Paige, so she's going to come on and, kind of talk about it as we watch it together. So don't miss that. Wait, what? Practice written test for state is online for free. You can take. Wait, for what, Melanie? What do you mean? The practice test for what? Wait, what test are you guys talking about? I don't even know. You guys are all talking about a test. I want to know. Oh, driver's. I had to retake my driver's test like 7 years ago because I've had my driver's license since I've been 16. But when I was in Colorado, my license expired, and it expired to a point where it was too long. So when I came back to Ohio, they wouldn't renew it. So I had to retake the written, driving, maneuverability, everything. And I was nervous because I'm like, yeah, I've been driving since I've been 16, but like, you develop bad habits, like your own habits as you drive for so long. And I was like nervous, even for the written one. I'm over there studying. And then the driving, I remember I took my brother, we were doing, the maneuverability, you have to do the cones. And we're over there back in the parking lot practicing as I've been driving for how many years. But I was like, I don't want to fail. I passed, but I had to retake everything. It's crazy. You'll pass, hopefully. Wyatt, have you got a lot of practice? Yeah, really, Tanya? Were you nervous? I was. And then you have to take the test with the driving instructor, turn left, turn right. Dude, I was like, oh my God. It's kind of funny. Oh, wow. Yeah, I had it right when I turned 16, man. I could not wait. All right, I'm going to go, guys. I'm going to try to get some pre-record. So you guys, well, wait, would you go? Okay, I'm trying to decide how to start the Ezra case. Like if I just start uploading these audio interviews, are people going to be confused? Like if I start uploading it before I do like a live where I do a summary of the case, I just don't want people to be like, what's this? I just want to start getting them out, and I probably won't have time to do a live, kind of like introducing the case until, I don't know, tomorrow. I won't be able to do it. So until next week sometime. I don't know. I got to decide how to do it. Yeah, right. Oh, really? I forget. There was something that what did I do? I did something where he's like, said something, but it wasn't slow down. I forget now. I think I didn't pull up far enough or something. He's like, go ahead, pull up farther. But you're like so nervous. And I mean, I passed, but it's like, I didn't get 100%. I tell you that, but I passed. You would think driving that long, you think you get 100. I think I got 100. Yeah, I got 100 on the written, but I mean the driving. I didn't get 100 on the driving. I forget what I got, but it wasn't 100. But Tanya, what about you? Did you get 100 on driving? Did you get stuff taken off? I'm trying to remember what I got taken off for. I think I didn't pull far up. I didn't pull up far enough for a stop sign, but it's because I was nervous because like I wanted to pull up further, but sometimes when you're so, I mean, you've been driving for so long, you forget like, okay. Because I didn't have drive at, what is it called? Where you take the driving, you drive with the instructor and they show you know what is expected. I didn't have that. I just, you know what I'm saying? Because I already have my license, so I didn't take the driving. What is it called? Driver's ed. You know, so it's like I'm like thinking, you know, like I know I would pull up farther, but should I stay back here? You know, you just don't know what they want sometimes on like that. I just was scared to pull up farther. But yeah, thank you, Shimmy Dancer, Bella, Tanya, Perry, Joel Love. All right, guys, I had fun. Thank you for hanging. Christine, Melanie, Bella, Alsane. Alsane, were you the only mod here? Oh my God, you were, huh? And that's good. See, our chat's so good. It's not even one mod is fine. I mean, it's not like we had any issues because everybody's so cool. Hey, CC. All right, I better go. Scuba snack, held it down. If you guys find anything interesting about this case, send it to me though. Like I said, I'm still waiting on my files, and then, but I'm trying to like find things until I get them that is interesting, but it might be running out. We'll see. I'll keep trying. But like I said, I could still do the phone calls and give commentary. So, oh, and then Court, you said that that interview, so I could do some commentary if you guys get that interview with Kristen. That'll be interesting. So yeah, I think there will be probably stuff coming out because there's so many people like starting to cover it because it is so many people are interested because of how everything that's going, you know, going on. YouTube stuff. I'm listening. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'd like to try to get interviews. Let me think. I was thinking Kelly seems like she's up for interviews. If I could reach out to her. I just don't know, like, well, you know, since she's done so many, I don't know what she could say new on with me, you know, because I think she's done so many. Is there anything new that I could get out of her? I'd have to think of some, like a question, like some good questions, maybe. Just like Wade, you know, somebody said in chat, I might agree, just because since he's like kind of getting off on doing these interviews for multiple reasons. Number one, the biggest reason I think financially, because he's able to spread the word about his gosh darn freaking Fundly and his TikTok or PayPal and stuff. So he's liking that, slowly picking up fans. Okay. So, and the fact is you do so many, what new stuff are you going to get that's like legit, right? It's just going to be the same stuff or more lies. But unless we could think of some really good questions that nobody's asked, and yeah, he may lie to us, right? But we may be able to tell some things by what he says. Not that I'm not even saying he would do an interview, but I don't know. I don't know if it'd be a good idea or not, because it seems like he wants to do as many interviews as possible. And I don't feel like, unless we could come up with some good, legit questions, it might just be helping him more than us getting information. Unless if we could, like I said, try to come up with some stuff. You know what we need to do is everybody that interviews him, ask him to tell the story of what happened. And then therefore, as he's telling it, ask like questions as he's telling it, like specific questions to some of the stuff he's saying. We have records of it all and just compare every interview. And every interview asks like a new question about it or the same question in a different way. And see all the inconsistencies, see how the stories change, because it's hard to keep the lies straight. Truth, you don't have to try. It's the truth. But lies, and then hopefully it'll show these support Wade people, look, he's lying. That could be one good thing we could all get out of it. But we have to be willing to ask questions and don't let him control the interview, which I don't know if I'd be good at that, because I'm not that strong at interviewing yet. I haven't interviewed that much. That I'm not like I wouldn't say a good interviewer yet. Practice makes perfect, and I haven't had that much practice, but oh well. Yeah, no, I think if we could though, like, and then if you guys could help me in chat, like come up with him. So like as he's telling it, ask specific questions. But I still think these support Wade people, they're not even going to care, because it's like, oh, who cares if there's discrepancies in his? But let's point out all the discrepancies in all the states. But who cares? Or the victims? But who cares if there is in his? Like his dad points out, right? I don't know if I already said this, but his dad points out how people going over his records, which I did, but he says, I guess some people are going over his records and then saying, how do we trust him? Look at his past, right? And he's like, his dad makes a good point. Well, how hypocritical is that? Because Wade has a way worse record in past than he does. You're saying, how do we trust me? But how are you trusting Wade then? Like, it can't go both ways. Okay, because he has a bad record, how we trust him, but we could trust Wade, but he has a bad record. You see what I'm saying? It's so hypocritical. And you have to use that same reasoning with Wade then. It's just stupid. And some people grow up like his dad, you outgrow it and you change. People can change. Now, Wade, on the other hand, I don't think he can. People have tried to get him help. His dad tried to get him help. What does he do? He leaves and does the same thing. Anyway, all right, guys, I'm going to go. Hey, Boston Boss. I know. That's the sad thing, Melanie. All right, night, everybody. I don't know. And that's the Donna, watch it. Watch slowly. More people. It's going to start off like that channel we were just watching. Well, I'm not saying he didn't do anything, but yeah, there's something that doesn't add up. There's holes in this story. There's got to be something. There's something that doesn't make sense. It starts off like that, and slowly now they're all of a sudden on Team Wade, picking out like, yeah, this doesn't work. And it starts off like, well, I'm not on it. I know, like, I'm not on his side, but there's just stuff that doesn't make sense. And watch people slowly turn. It's going to make me so mad. I guess everybody's allowed to have their own opinion, but it's just, I don't know why that makes me so mad. Because I feel like it's only to keep, I feel like for some, it's just to keep it going, for the women, it's because they're freaking obsessed with this, you know what I'm saying? But for I'm talking about people like creators that are going to start doing it. I feel like for some, it's just to keep it going. And I'd rather move on to another case than just try to keep something going against my beliefs. No, I'm just going to find another case to cover, but anyway. All right. Bye, guys.